Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from wherever you're watching in the world, and welcome to round 8 of the Shenington Club Championship. It's the Autumn Blaze weekend, and we've got some fine weather to bring us loads of action today. My name is Charlie Ellis, and we'll be talking you through all the action today. Junior Rotax Heat 2 are just finishing up, and it was a dominant victory from William Webb with Jensen Powers in second. Sam Flynn running out your top three. I think we're going to be starting on one of the best racing you'll see all day. The Super 4 KZs. They are some of the fastest karts you'll ever see around the Shenington circuit today. Over 6 gears, they will be reaching speeds of over 100 miles an hour. The circuit, once established back in 1960, was originally a RAF military base for World War II. It was known as the RAF Edge Hill, and then was taken over by Banbury Kart Club. That turned into racing back in 1960. As there's a problem for someone on the front row of the grid, but they've managed to get it going. Now we're going to have a little look at the grid for the KZs. Now you'll see something a bit different about the KZs when they are racing. They'll be heading down past the Stratford hairpin into a bit further down the straight into this corner here. So let's have a little look at our grid then. It's going to be Darrell Henderson who starts from pole position, from Oliver Stewart and Dan McKeon, from Ben McLeod, Sam Ward, Craig Mays, Harry Walsh from Ralph Youngling, Charlie Cole, Alan Kenyon from Lee Ward, Alex McKay and Tom Taylor, who rounds out your field of drivers. So plenty of action awaiting us. So obviously these drivers get 2 formation laps. Obviously it's a bit of a safety standard, just to make sure they can get all the heat in their tyres. My apologies, that was a different grid. We'll have a little look at the grid when they start the race. Derek Morgan will actually start from pole position. So scrap everything I just said. Derek Morgan will start from pole with Tyler Harris and Greg Moore. From Ryan Garvey, Kai Springfield from Jake Weston, Ellis Bourget from Reece Duffy, Darrell Henderson, Isaac Smith from Jessica Edgar, Oliver Stewart, Dan McKeon from Sam Ward, Harry Walsh, Ben McLeod, Charlie Cole, Craig Mays, Lee Ward, Ralph Youngling from Tom Taylor, Alan Kenyon, Alex McKay and Miles Murphy rounds out your field of drivers. Now really interesting to see Miles Murphy starting so far down the field. He's got a lot of work to do from 24th on the grid. Now you'll see the drivers starting to slow down now. These guys have a standing start procedure, so they'll line up on the grid. Of course, these karts definitely a lot different to what you'll see later today. Obviously they have a hand clutch on the steering wheel, and on the other side of that steering wheel they've got their gears, pushing it down to go down the gears, pushing them towards them to go up the gears. You'll see them all lining up on the grid now. The grid marshal doing a brilliant job of getting them slowed down and into their correct positions. And we have all the drivers lined up. We'll just wait for the back of the grid. And it's going to be interesting to see what Tyler Harris can do from third. Tyler Harris, who was a very quick driver in the Rotax and X30 categories. Can he take that into KZ? We'll wait to find out. Obviously 2 months ago was the last time I raced it. That was the Shenington Super 3, and we're off and away. And a brilliant start by, that'll be Greg Moore, as they all fall through into turn 1. There's karts all over the circuit, but they've managed to keep it going. That's one of the Energy Course karts into the lead of the race as they head down to Stratford hairpin. Look at Dan Morgan from a mile away, makes the move, gets that one stick, and he now leads away as they head down into the middle section of the track. But there's still battling going on. Jake Weston now into lead of the race, the driver who finished 7th in the British Championships this year. They head down into Wilkins. A very hard hairpin to get right. You've got to be slamming on the brakes. He's gone defensive. They all bunch up together, but they now head down. They start finish straight. Let's have a little look at our lap here at Shenington. This is the first section of the track. This is Cafe Corner. Really smooth on the steering wheel. Don't want to let the rear of the car step out too much. The KZs really open up this next corner. Down Stratford straight. and into Stratford hairpin, really hard on the brakes, get it nice and slowed down. A great overtake opportunity for some drivers. They head down the runway straight and into the Bruno chicane, to the right, to the left, keep that speed up through the right, keep it flat out, up the gears, keep going down this very long straight, the Hanger straight as it's known, into Wilkins corner, one of the hardest braking zones to get right. You turn and brake at the same time, and that is a very quick lap around the circuit, quick enough for Jake Weston, who sets the fastest lap. He set a 45.4, so a lot for these drivers to be doing on such a short lap. The amount of gear change these guys will be doing around the circuit can range between 30 to 40 gears a lap, which sounds a lot easier than it is. It's a very hard kart to drive on a very hard circuit, but Jake Weston seems to be doing alright for the moment. Leads the way with a nice gap from Derek Morgan in second place, but is getting pressured by Joe Charlton, my apologies, who is there in third. Tyler Harris in fourth. Now Tyler Harris with the JDR team, the Jack Deck Racing team. You'll see a lot of that name throughout these categories. Jack Deck providing a brilliant service throughout KZ, Rotax, X30, Cadets, whatever you want to drive, he's got something there for you. And seems to be pretty competitive at the moment. As they head down now, that was Derek Morgan in second place. A nice livery with that helmet has got Derek Morgan, a sort of Ayrton Senna-esque on the back of that helmet. Joe Charlton, now obviously Joe, British champion from back in 2021, has a lot
come back, 42 megabits per second. So is that, just talking about the lots, is that in the menus? The lot section on the menu? I've got like about 6 or 7 different, no, I'm looking at 3 different lots that I've got on offer. Okay, I've got Gen 5 film to extended video, Gen 5 film to Rec 2020. TNL Ursa Look 2025. Oh, hang on, let me get in the shot. So I've highlighted it.
Legacies, of course, with Jacob being related to Jessica Edgar family, one of the biggest names in the karting paddock, as he heads down the start finish straight into turn 1 through Cafe Corner. Really got to try and keep the minimum speed up around this section, using all of the runoff only up to that white line. Can't go past that, otherwise that would be seen as track limits. Of course, George Edgar, one of the drivers to watch out for in this race, leading the way, but we'll be able to hold on to it. Couple drivers a bit further down. We spoke about Will Green. He's already made up 5 places. Another driver driving through the field is Oliver Meek, who's up to 12. He's made up 10 places on them first couple of laps. Zach McDonald, another one to watch out for. He started 22nd, now up to 14th. But this man on your screen, George Edgar, of course, vice British champion this year, losing just out by a couple of points. It was really close at the end. George Edgar still staying positive. I think more working on next year now, as he's still got another year in the junior class. But George Edgar, one of the rising stars in the British karting scene, of course, as we said, vice junior X30 champion at the highest level in British karting. So it does say a lot about the driver in such a prestigious class as well. Junior X30, never easy to, you know, take victories, top 10s in, so he really is one to watch out for in the future. Remember the name, George Edgar. Archie Rogers-Tyler, though, doing a brilliant job in second place. Just following his teammate around, trying to close in where he can. We've still got plenty of other drivers battling a bit further down the field. Good battle going on between Oliver Meek, Katie Donaldson in that pack as well. There's about 15 drivers in one pack, starting all the way down from John T. Restrick backwards. We've got some brilliant drivers in there. Jacob Baxter being one of them. Nightmares, Will Green in there as well. Will Green, a driver who represented himself in the European and World stages. He'll be trying to find his way through. Of course, Will Green, who raced for the Kart Republic factory team this year, recently just competed in the World Championships and was up in the top 10, which is very, very impressive. But it's come back to Shenington to show the British guys how it's done. So some good battling up at the front of the field. Millen Tomlinson having a nice battle with Alfie Taylor. Of course, Millen got that move done on the fine in that last lap. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock then, so still plenty of time to go in this race. As they head down to Stratford Hairpin, one of the Jamie Green karts behind them two. That is Isaac Sayer, who we have seen time and time again up at the sharp end of the field. Isaac, who has a lot of strong pace. Will he be able to use that for good results? We'll wait and see. We'll have a little look at the championship and how it stands at the moment in the Junior X30 category. At the moment, it's Katie Donaldson who leads the championship, Millen Tomlinson in second place, and Alfie Taylor and Finley Allen, with Jack Wish rounding out your top 5 in the championship. The points really close at the front end. 3 points separates Donaldson and Tomlinson. That's the battle for that lead in the championship. And then just 30 points off is Alfie Taylor in third. But really, it's all up to play for I'd say around the top 9 in this championship, all the way down to Tom Foot, who's there in 9th. Jack Baker, one to watch out for us, has really come alive these past few months. Someone to really keep your eye out a bit further down when it comes to the last stages of the championship. Of course, we have got only 2 rounds left of the championship, so it's really going to come down to the wire. But for Katie Donaldson at the moment, this is sort of not where she wants to be at the moment. Of course, Millen Tomlinson's going to take a nice solid P3, he can hold on to his spot. Katie Donaldson all the way down 13th, which may not be useful for the championship, but of course consistent results and points is what matters. So as long as we can finish the races in high enough positions, it will be a nice way to round out the season. She'll just need to focus now on getting them consistent results. And of course, like the saying goes, you never win on your first lap. So really just taking her time. At the front of the field though, still George Gedger. This is a nice battle on the screens. Isaac Sayer up into 4th place, now chasing down the driver who is in 3rd. That's his Millen Tomlinson on that Jade Racing kart. You'll hear the Jade Racing team name quite a lot around this Shenington circuit. They are bread and butter around this circuit. A lot of history around the Jade Racing team as the final lap commences, and George Edgar still leads the way. Some nice shots of the circuit provided to you by TNL Sports. Plenty of motorsport going on this weekend, which TNL Sports are capturing. If you like your 4 wheels, if you like your 2 wheels as well. Loads of motocross action going on as well, but this is the main action here today. This is the Shenington Club Series, and George Gedger, your Vice British Champion, from around the final corner with a very dominant victory. Takes the checkered flag in Heat 2 with a nice second gap to Archie Rogers Tyler in 2nd place. From Millen Tomlinson, ran out your top 3 from Isaac Sayer and Alfie Taylor. From Freddie Wood, night measures, Jacob Batchelor, who set the fastest lap in the end of 42.75. From Alfie Brown and Will Green, who nipped inside the top 10. Plenty of action going on as the rest of the field comes flying through. And a brilliant way to round out X30 Juniors, their 2nd heat of the day. A brilliant result for George Edgar. And of course, looking back to the 1st heat for the Junior X30s, George Edgar being up there in the top 3. Of course, these are random grids, so the drivers will have a heat when they start near the front of the field, a heat where they start near the back of the field, and a heat when they start in the mid pack. Of course, just 2 heats, so it'll just be one at the front one near the front and then one near the back. Completely random, so it's really lucky dip. But Katie Donaldson did take the victory in that first one, so hopefully with that first win it will stir up quite nicely. But George Edgar seems to be the man on the move at the moment. Moving on to our next race, it's the Senior Rotax 2nd heat, and we'll see how they line up in just a moment as they come through Bruno's chicane. Senior Rotax Heat 2. and it's going to be Joseph Fletcher who starts from pole from Daniel Kirov and Ollie Weiss. From Dan Gurney, Abby Sanders. From Sky Fraser, Alex Gerges from James Johnson, Piers Armstrong, Ben Brock from Richard Evans, Philip Tatham, Oliver Gibson, Oliver Lomax, George Gora, Adam White, John Hobbs, Optum Homer, and Ethan Martin, who starts quite far down the field. What are we going for the first time asking? No, we're going to go round once again. That was a full start, so some of the drivers not in the tram lines correctly, and they will be sent round once again. As I said, Ethan Martin, starting all the way down 19th, would be one to watch in this race. A very quick driver is Ethan Martin, has his own team now, M Developments. So definitely keep an eye out for some of them drivers. It's not actually M Developments. He did get me for this last week. It's Improvement. So definitely have a little look as they come round to line up once again. Watch out for Abby Sanders, starting inside your top 5. Could be one to watch out for in this race. Loads of drivers with a good chance in this. Alex Gerges, another driver to keep your eye out as they come round the final corner. Will we get going for the second time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Round outside goes Daniel Kirov. He has a brilliant start from the outside row. Keeps his foot in first and takes the lead as they go down to Stratford Hairpin. This is where you want to start making your moves. Move to second place going on. That looks like a strong pass from Dan Gurney. Who did he get himself into second place? It's going to be side by side action. Yes, he does. One of the KR Sport drivers trying to find a way through. He's in fourth place as Kevin runs wide. That could be an opportunity for Dan Gurney. They're going to be side by side as they head down into Hanger Corner. Dan Gurney gets that move done as they head into Wilkins. Wilkins a very tight section and a place where overtaking opportunity can be made, and that's a spinner there. Daniel Kirov into a spin, and that looked like it was a bit of contact. Put the drive behind. That is not ideal, but it works out brilliantly for Abby Sanders to number 45 into second place. A brilliant start from Miss Sanders. Richard Evans rounding out your top 3. Oliver Gibson and Ben Brock into your top 5 now. The field really being shaken up now because of that incident. Where has Kirov gone? He has gone down to the very back of the field, as well as Joseph Fletcher, who got involved in that accident. So the two drivers from the front row of the grid all the way down the back, and that's a brilliant move from the 74. He gets on the inside of Abby Sanders. That, of course, is Richard Evans, who now is into third, and Abby Sanders losing a bit of momentum now, drops down to 4th, and that's because of Oliver Gibson, who gets into the top 3, that number 81. So watch out for him as he tries to chase down Richard Evans. There on your screens, Abby Sanders under some real pressure now, that being John Hobbs, who's there in 5th. But we'll be trying to look for that 4th place spot. Enter Bruno Chicane. It's going to be nice and smooth around this section. Shenington is more known for being a more smooth driving style. You can't be too aggressive. You don't want to put off any momentum. Now going into the final corner. That's like a move for the final spot on the podium. And well, it looks like Richard Evans wasn't too pleased about that move. A bit of a tap and take it may have been from Richard Evans' eyes, but we'll let the stewards look at that one instead. As Oliver Gibson into second place. And about for 4th going on. That like John Hobbs on the inside of Abby Sanders gets that one done. So Abby then drops down to the top 5, and this is all helping out Dan Gurney, who still leads the way. Nearly a 2-second gap for Dan Gurney. And I think he had the main plan at the start just to get into the lead and get gone, let everyone else battle behind, and I think the advantage of that incident with Daniel Kirov really did help him out. Dan Gurney, who's been looking really good throughout this season. Of course, we'll have a little look at the championship standings as it stands at the moment. Oliver Gibson does lead the championship, so this will be a good result for him. With Callum Gosh in second place, Callum, who we haven't seen here this weekend, White, who's trying to work his way through as well. Lucas Blanford and Dan Gurney in the top 5 of the championship. Abby Sanders up there as well. So for Abby and Dan, this will be a good result for him. Joseph Fletcher up in 8th in the championship. Now that's going to be a real struggle for him now, near the back of the field. But the championship looks very close. with most of these championships, that's why you've got to stick around to the very end. It is really going to come down to them final races where these little points that they pick up throughout the year will come into effect and could seal the deal or break someone's championship. That's why you've got to stick around, watch till the very end. You can follow all the live timings through Alpha Timing. Just search up the Shenington Kart Club Alpha Timing on whatever device you're using. You'll be able to get all the live timings, the race results, and championship standings. As the front pack is back into Wilkins. There's Oliver Lomax on the screen. Oliver Lomax in 8th at the moment. The number 26. I thought he's now up into 7th place because he got past John Hodson at that. So a couple of drivers dropping down the field. The main thing with Senior Rotax is you've got to keep that momentum up even once you've been overtaken. This is a brilliant battle going on. Abby Sanders getting involved there. This is a battle just inside the top 10 when the guy Cunnington Racing Kart out there as well. As you can flying through. Teammates coming closer to that is James Johnson and Oliver Lomax. These two driving for the Dawn Jet Duke Racing team. Of course, Dawn's son being Jacob Duke, who you will probably have seen around the paddock somewhere. A well-established karter is Jacob Duke. Keep your name out for him, and that's a good move for 4th place. This battle for 4th is exhilarated. A brilliant battle between the DDR car. Oliver Lomax drops down to 6th now as they head down Hanger straight into Wilkins once again. Still a minute left on the clock, plus that additional laps. We've still got plenty of time left, or a few laps to go in this race. But as I said, Oliver Gibson still leading the way, so only help out Oliver Gibson's championship hopes. As a battle still going on, 69 still in the leading driver in this top 5. Ben Brock had a little look for the move on John Hodge. Couldn't get that one done, so he's going to have to sit there and wait for an opportunity. And I think he's going to wait for his teammate to help him out. A brilliant thing about Shenington is the effect of the slipstream around the circuit. Of course, long straights mean that the slipstream can be more useful. As there's a good move there by, is that Ethan Mason? Up into 9th place. It is. Wow, awesome drive out we've seen so far from Ethan Martin, the number 55. Started in 19th on the grid, up to 9th at the moment, and you'll see him in shot now. Just that white suit, making a move on Abby Sanders. That's for 8th place. Will he get that one done? Just in the back of shot. As loads of action going on. Charles getting pushed onto the concrete. But still fairly clean racing. This is a superb battle for the top 5. Watch out for Ethan Martin. We'll have a look for a move. There's a couple moves going on a bit further behind. But at the front, still Oliver Gibson who leads the way. Richard Evans is there or thereabouts, does not have the potential to close in. Ollie Wise still there in 3rd place on the chaos. Just look at the commentary box here. Issue for the 69, John Hodge, who drops way down the field as they head through Cafe Corner. That's not going to help his final results. But still at the front, Oliver Gibson, who has drove a brilliant race. But look at the gap that Richard Evans is closing out last lap. Richard's getting very close, but just no way he could have catched from that final lap. Oliver Gibson takes a very solid victory. Takes the flag first, and the 81 exceeds his championship lead. With Richard Evans in 2nd place from Ollie Wise, who set the fastest lap, rounds out your top 3. Dan Gurney from Oliver Lomax, from Ben Brock, Ethan Martin, who finished up in 7th place from 19th on the grid, from Adam White, who started from 16th. He got his way up to 8th in the end. That will help his championship out as he's currently in 3rd place. Happy Sanders drops down to 9th with James Johnson rounding out your top 10. Philip Sutton and Josh Hurley and Alex Silvis and Pierce Armstrong Max Sheldon Heron from Lachlan Homer. John Hobbs dropped all the way down to 17th on that last lap. Not the ideal situation for Hobbs, but he'll be fighting back, I am sure. As one heat finishes, and a spinner already on the rolling up lap. That's one of the Jade Racing car. Manages to keep it going. Of course, this is the second heat for X30 Seniors, which you'll see, have a very strong grid of Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers. All the drivers in the yellow and blue karts. But the driver who had a few issues there was George Hopcraft, who starts from third on the grid. It's going to be Alvin Chu and Ben Cowley in your front row. Alfie Gallagher from Jack Taylor, John Stewart and Max Cooper. So Daniel Samir, Jack Monkhouse, Andrew Platt, Jalen Gregg. Great to see Jalen Gregg back with the Veloce Racing team. Victor Jurevich and Leah Robertson from Bailey Brooker, Jake Brook, Reese Barber, Katie Ashton, Lucas Armstrong, Sasha Bagley, Dylan Masters, Lauren Dunvlee, Natalie Cadet sounds like your fitter drive. So we get going for the first time last in. We are off and away down into turn 1. The outside line gets a better run as we get into turn 1. Oh, it's for the driver who started from the front row. That was Ben Cowley, who tried to go around the outside, couldn't get it going. And he's dropped down a fair few spots. As it looks like the driver from third on the grid, George Hopcraft, has a brilliant start. He leads them into the Bruno chicane as the rest of the pack comes flying through. A short field of Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers instead. There's a lot of racing there as well, with some brilliant teams in this field. Now we'll see how they all line up as they finish the first lap of the race. As you said, George Hopcraft leads away from Andrew Platt in second place. He made up 8 places on that first lap from 10th on the grid. It was Daniel Samir who rounds out your top 3 from Peter Jurevich from 12th on the grid. He's up into 4th.
I still didn't catch what you said.
As Alvin Chu and Jasmine Taylor round out your top 6.
Oh, yeah.
As the drivers head down into Bruno chicane once again. Battle for second place.
That's all he's got to do, isn't it? Just let it go through.
So the battle for second place still raging on between the 92 and the 15. That's a move from Daniel Samir on the inside to help out Kid Jurevich here. He tried to do both for them, nearly had it done there, but has to swap back into third place as they head through turn 1 into Cafe Corner. A couple moves tries to be done. Gallagher closing in on these guys as well. After Gallagher for the rookie racing team. You'll see in the back of shot, he's there in 5th place at the moment. Just closing in on this battle up ahead. So Peter Jurevich down your screen for the Veloce Racing team. Behind him, Daniel Samir for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. Will they try and work together now to close down George Hopcraft? Will that be the plan? We'll wait and see. We've got 4.5 minutes left to go, plus the additional lap as they head through turn 2, down Stratford Straight. And a great overtake opportunity is Stratford Hairpin, and look at Samir on the inside. Can he get that one done? Yes, he does. Jurevich will try and fight back on the exit, but that can't be done. Alfie Gallagher now chasing them both down. As said, Alfie Gallagher in 5th. Leo Robinson up into 6th. He has the fastest lap of the race, a 42.92. Up to 2nd place so far, and 13th on the grid. We've seen a real mixture here. Some drivers. Oh, I've got a bit close there between Jurevich and Samir. Rubbing bumpers as they exit the final corner. This is just going to help out Alfie Gallagher, who you see closing in on your screens. As I said, driver for the rookie racing team. Rookie racing being a brilliant initiative to help out drivers who are just starting up in karting, because it's never an easy sport to get through. So if you do have any questions or want any services, contact Ricky Racing, they'll sort you out. Alfie Gallagher being a driver coach as well for the team. He just help out a lot of drivers. Here is Alfie Gallagher on the screens now. Lee Robertson trying in. Look at Lee Robertson trying to go back the inside, nearly up on the curb. and they're going to be very, very close. I'm going to go round the outside, hold on to that position, but I don't know how long for, because Leo Robinson is the fastest man out there by a strong margin, over 0.3 of a second. As the battle for third place, South Gallagher goes on the inside. Will he get that one moved done? Oh, Jurovic in the wall! He's put Jurovic in the wall, and that is not ideal for Jurovic.
Right.
And that is going to be sending him straight down the field, near onto the back of the grid. Big shame for Chris Jurovic that Leo Robinson made the most of that. He got past Arthur Gallagher on that last lap. So Leo Robinson into your top 3 now. 42.5 is now his fastest lap. Arthur Gallagher now there in 4th, but will that move be seen by the stewards? We'll have to wait and see. We'll let them decide, but Jurovic is all the way down to last place, and I think he is out of the race. Super unfortunate as the drivers head through the Bruner chicane. Leo Robinson on your screens. You'll see Leo Robinson doing a lot of KZ karting at the moment, having a bit of a mix and match between the two. Has started to come back to X30 Senior this weekend. And a brilliant drive has to get from Caden Gregg, who, still there, that was Samir on a spin on his own. What happened there? Final Samir, the number 15, spins it onto his own, and that would definitely be his second place loss. I think he's just nipped into the top 10, so he's recovered it somehow as a move from Katie Ashman, who's had a brilliant drive, up 12 spots to 5th place. It's of course, it's a battle for the top 5 going on. With a few drivers on the screen. In 6th place, Jack Fulcow, who's now been overtaken by the driver in 7th place. That was Lucas Armstrong up into 6th. So plenty of action going on in this field. Katie Aspen, who is a veteran now on the circuit, racing for a fair few years, always from her cadet racing all the way through the junior ranks and X30 ranks, moves on the inside, including the mini-max days as well. Lucas Armstrong now into your top 5. The Velocity racing driver of Kate Ashman drops to 6th, as Daniel Samir is trying to find some lost ground. As I said, he's managed to slot back into 7th place. Still going to be a battle, but what could have been as he goes to 6th place, that was a mega move. And you'll see a lot of moves being made through the Falcon corner. A very nice overtake opportunity to be used. And when it comes down to the final, could the moves that we see on the last lap of the race, that is the last overtaking opportunity. So drivers will definitely be singing go big or go home. As a move from Daniel Samir back to 6th place. But will Kate Ashman manage to hold on? There's the leader on your screens. George Hopcraft. What a drive so far from Mr. Hopcraft for the Jade Racing team. In 2nd place is still Leah Robinson, but the question is, will Leah be able to close down in time? It's the last lap of the race now. It's going to be one hell of a lap from Leah Robinson if he can manage to close up. But the time so far, George Hopcraft only 2/10 quicker than Leah Robinson, but I think that will be enough to seal the deal. He's going to hold on for one more lap now and try not to do what Daniel Samir did a few laps ago and drop it on your own. We know Daniel will be kicking himself at that one as they head down Hanger Straight and into Wilkins Corner for the final time in the 2nd heat for X30 Seniors, and George Hopcraft with a dominant victory of Leah Robertson in 2nd place, and Alfie Gallagher rounding out your top 3. It was Lucas Armstrong in 4th, and a brilliant battle for the top 5 for Daniel Samir. Take it from Katie Ashman and Jack Inkhouse, from Max Cooper, Jasmine Taylor and Jaden Gregg rounding out the top 10. Alvin Chu from John Stewart and Andrew Platt, from Dylan Masters, Jake Brooke from Ben Cowley, who managed to recover from up to 16th, Sasha Bagley and Natty DeBeck, Lauren Dunvey, Bailey Brooker, Peter Jurovic, who had a really unfortunate race there, down all the way in 21st, Reese Barber to 22nd. So accumulated results, including the X30 Senior first heat. It looks like it'll be good for Lee Robertson, who will start from the pole spot, but we'll look a bit later on. It is now the Water Swift Restricted and the Honda Cadets, their third heat of the day. And it's Riley Aston Will who will start from pole position from Henry Hales and Theo Tyak from Oliver Kilfenter, Freddie Baker, Darcy Sternford, Felix Drucker, Arthur Bowers from Benjamin Slinger, Lewis Wilson, Travis Giddens and Jennifer Barks as they get going. Will this be a full start? Yes it is. They'll go around once again.
Yeah, there's another group.
It's Nikita Roberts who will be starting from pole in the Hondas with Oliver Vickers and Luke McGill, Chris Doshi and Kai Suri from Ben Bowers and Felix Sheldon round out your field of drivers. So, as I said, at the front of your field is Riley Aston Will and Henry Hales, two drivers who have been fairly quick throughout this weekend so far. We'll have a look at the results from the first, from the second heat that they had just moments ago. Freddie Baker took victory in that one, so driver to watch out for is Freddie Baker and Arthur Bowers as well. He was in second place. We get going for the second time of Aston then as they head down the start finish straight. Yes, we're underway. 7 minutes plus a lap to go in this third heat, and a brilliant start from Theo Tyak as they head down Stratford Straight and into Stratford Hairpin. Moves going on, nearly 3 wide as they enter into Stratford Hairpin. That got very close with the XR Motorsport car. Freddie Baker already into the lead of the race as the two Birla cars sort themselves out. But Freddie Baker making it 3 wide into Stratford Hairpin. You will barely ever see that. But he manages to get it, make it 6, and takes the lead of the race in flying fashion. Will he be able to hold on to it as they head for into Wilson? Yes, he does. So, Freddie Baker leads at the end of the first lap, with Theo Tyak in second place. Riley Aston Will drops to third. Arthur Bowers into fourth. Henry Hales ran out your top 5. In the Honda Cadets, it looked like a good start from Oliver Vickers. He leads the way as Baker heads into Stratford Hairpins. A few more battles going on a bit further behind. Oliver Kilfenter getting involved. But my apologies, actually Luke McGill who leads the way in the Hondas. Issues for Nikita Roberts and Oliver Vickers. Kai Fury into second place, and of course Nikita Roberts in third. Ben Bowers and Chris Doshi ran out your top 5 in the Honda Cadets. But still at the front of the field that we're watching at the moment is Freddie Baker, so it's the first lap of the race that time around. Theo Tyak trying to close in, but he'll be more trying to use the slipstream effect. As a slipstream, as I said earlier on, so strong around this circuit. When you have a look for a late move, not yet. It's just going to wait for an opportunity to come around. Whilst Riley Aston Hill and Arthur Bowers tried to close these two down. See Freddie Baker losing a bit of time through the Bruno chicane, and that's going to help out Theo Tyak with this long hanger straight into Wilkins. Could be an opportunity for third place going on here. One plus rubbing, but that's a brilliant move from Arthur Bowers, who gets into the top 3. Of course, another one of the Veloce racing drivers. Arthur Bowers, the 99, up into third as they head through into Cafe Corner. The gaps between the whole field of drivers very close indeed. Luke McGill still has a strong margin from Kai Suri in second place in the Honda Cadet class. The novice child being Kai Suri, the Ambition Motorsport driver. But up near the sharp end of the field, now Riley Aston Hill still looking for an opportunity. I think he's trying to close back in. Having got the pace and could be closed in here by the driver in 5th. That of course is Henry Hales, as there's a few drivers battling a bit further behind. Like a battle going on between Lewis Wilson and Oliver Kilfenter. Into Stratford Hairpin. This is still the battle for the lead of the race. This is still Freddie Baker leading from Theo Tyak in 2nd. You can see Theo really losing the back end as he enters into Bruno chicane. That will scrub off a bit of speed, but he's still using the slipstream effect to chase him down. You see the front of Theo's car sitting up very high compared to U92, Freddie Baker. That could be different setup changes to both of them go-karts. Of course, different setup work you can do to these karts, and it's very, very impressive to see these young drivers what they can tell their mechanics on what to change. You have to be really mechanically minded in these karts to get the most out of them, and looks like these two are doing a brilliant job at it because they are the fastest guys out there at the moment. Freddie Baker still leads the way, but it's actually Theo Tyak with the fastest lap of the race, only 700 quicker than Freddie Baker. So they head down into Wilkins once again. You can see Theo Tyak was really late on them brakes and looks pretty competitive around that final corner, but tries not to stick in this slipstream as they head into turn 1. These drivers really keeping the speed up as they head through turns 1 and 2. You really don't want to scrub off too much speed as you head through there. That could really affect your run into Stratford Hairpin, which is one of the major overtaking opportunities around this circuit. Very easy to make a move on Stratford Hairpin. The only issue is trying to cover it off as you exit. But the water shift restricted racing still looking hot here at Shenington. This is still the 3rd heat for these drivers. And look how close Theo Tyak is. He's going to have a look on the inside. Baker trying to cover up. That's very close. Tyak had to back off there. Freddie Baker covered up brilliantly as they head into turn 1 and 2. But now Theo knows that the opportunity's there at that first corner. He'll probably have to try again as an issue at turn 1. That looks like one of these Veloce drives off. Is that driver who was starting 3rd? Was that? Just trying to look a bit further down, see who it could be. Arthur Boas. It is Arthur Boas, who is there in 4th place. Now out. A mechanical issue has put him to the side of the circuit, just exiting Bruno chicane. That will be the end of this race, and he has now got a lot of work to do in the final. 20 seconds plus a lap to go, so this is the penultimate lap of the race. We'll get another lap after this one. So really, Theo Tyak's opportunities are starting to close down, especially with that yellow flag in the Bruno chicane. Now there's a stationary yellow entering Stratford Hairpin, so he can't make a move there, and neither will be able to make a move through Bruno chicane. So it's really going to come down to the first and final sector for Theo Tyak. Now we've got a green flag sector, so this is Theo's opportunity to go for the lead. He has a look, can't get that one done. Baker breaks just a tad bit later with the last lap of the race. Now this is it for Theo Tyak. He has the fastest lap of the race. He's got the pace. Can he get the deal done in this 3rd heat? He's going to not have many overtake opportunities. Freddie Baker does not need to defend because there is a yellow flag. Theo Tyak cannot overtake in this sector. You see the yellow flags out there. That means not allowed to overtake. But look at Theo Tyak trying to go around the outside. Was very, very interested. Overtaking in a yellow flag sector. That will definitely be questioned from the stewards as he gets pushed wide, and Baker into a spin. The attack into a spin, the number 30 going half, but Freddie Baker will take victory in that third heat. Theo Tyre with a very interesting final lap. Still crosses the line in second place from Benjamin Silva with a very good drive from ninth up to third, with Riley Aston, Will and Darcy Dunford rounds like your top five. Oliver Kilfenter and Lewis Wilson as the rest of your top 10 comes flying through. We'll have a little look back for the Honda Cadets. Luke McGill still leading the way, and here he is to take victory, with Nikita Roberts in second place, and Kai Suri and Ben Bowers in a really strong battle to the end. Chris Doshi and Oliver Vickers and Felix Sheldon will come through, and Arthur Bowers was your only retiree at the end of that one. So that sets up Freddie Baker very well for the final coming up just a bit later on today. Of course, we will have the rest of these 30s and then into our prestigious A finals. We've still got plenty of action left ahead. Of course, that is just the start of our heat threes. We've still got the Miami Watch of Inters, Junior Rotax, KZ, former Libra, Rotax Inter, Junior X30, Senior Rotax, and X30 Seniors before we get into them exciting finals. Watch of Inter them coming up next, and we will get ready to go in just a moment's time. So it's Water Inter time here at Shenington, and issue for one of the front runners. That is not ideal, and we'll try and work out who that might have well been. That might have been, because it might have been Philip Patteru, but we'll find out as they come through to start the race. It was Mason Hibbert and Philip Patteru in your front row from Seth Angus and Ruben Sago, Ronnie Faulkner from Ethan Lucas, Hugh Williamson, William Bennett, Ethan Owen, Harry Saville, Charlie Crowe, Harry Davidson, Harry Chapman starts from 14th on the grid. Watch out for Harry Chapman, a very, very quick driver is Harry Chapman, and Cody Vertigan rounds out your field of drivers. Will we get going for the first time? Asking down into turn one. Yes, we do, with green flag, and we're out racing down turn one. Looks like Mason Hibbert still has a strong start and will lead them away as they head
I know they all got in line and everything then,
down into Stratford Hareton. My apologies. Yeah, that is Mason Hibbert. My apologies. He's the Fusion Motorsport cart there on your screens. That orange-blue cart. In second place, it's like a good start from Seth Angus, who's up into second place on that Evolve Motorsport cart. After the pack was flying through an issue there for third place. That looked like Ruben Sago, who may have gone off the circuit there, or it might have been Hugo Williamson. We'll find out as they finish the first of the race. He's just pulled out on the side of the skirt where our driver third got all over the curb and out of the race he went. But Mason Hibbert still leads the race with Seth Angus, William Bennett in third. My apologies, actually Philip Patteru, who had a few issues there, and William Haynes had more issues as well, couldn't get going. This is a battle for third place at the moment. A bit further behind, that's Ethan Lucas on your screen, so that white cart. And a brilliant start by Harry Chapman, who from 15th on the grid made up 10 places at the start, up to 5th place. So you'll see him on that red and white cart, about to make a move to 4th place. He goes on the inside to get that one done. Yes, he does. He's the yellow helmet with that black suit. Watch out for him in the next lap. He is one to watch as he gets up into 5th place. His next target will be William Bennett as they head through Cafe Corner, but still Mason Hibbert that leads the way on that Fusion Motorsport kart from Seth Angus and Ronnie Faulkner. This is a battle going on for third place, as on the inside goes William Bennett. Can he get that move done? My apologies, that's a bit further back. That is for 6th place. And Harry Chapman still picking off the spots. So there is William Bennett stipulating to the guys behind, saying, come on, let's get going. As they head round the final corner, brilliant battles going on up on the X30 Motorsport Karts. Ethan Owen making a few spots. Harry Chapman now up to 4th. William Bennett in 3rd. It's still a good start by Mason Hibbert. But the battle for 2nd place about to get a bit tasty as Steph Angus is starting to be closed in now by William Bennett. In 4th is still driving the 5th spot, of course, Harry Chapman. Harry Chapman, who we've seen at the front end of the British Championship throughout this year, so he has the potential. Move on to the grass edge, went on the drivers. That might have been Ethan Lucas, who had a bit of issues there. As the rest of the pack was flying through, Steph Angus. And that driver up at the front end was Ronnie Fortner. Making contact with William Bennett, who was there in 3rd place. The number 32 and the number 99 getting into contact, and that has ruined definitely both of their races. That is not ideal for Harry Chapman and trying to find a way up to the front end. He was up there making that move for the final spot on the podium, and it has definitely not gone his way. And that sent him a bit further down the field. We'll find out where he is in just a moment's time, as battles still rage on in this race. A very exciting race running so far. As the rest of the pack comes flying through, Mason Hibbert still the strong lead, really being consistent now, not taking any silly risks. 2.5 seconds is still that lead. That's the 2XL Motorsport drivers battling together, Charlie Clough and Ethan Owen, and then in the middle of them two is Alessandro Silas, who is trying to have a bit of a comeback drive here after what was a rough start of the day so far. So the battle for the final spot on the podium now. Charlie Clough there in 3rd. More battles going on for 5th place. As we follow these two drivers. At number 27, that is Ethan Owen, driver from Wales, with the rest of the pack flying through Cafe Corner. One of the most iconic corners in karting. As we all head down to Stratford Hairpin. You'll see the track sort of goes up a bit as you enter the corner, so that really tries to unsettle a few drivers, but they all managed to get through it nice and clean. Just going to be really smooth around the circuit, as we said once again. That is where you really find who's the best driver. The move's going on a bit far behind on the Janie, the OMS kart, making a move on one of the J racing karts. That looks like Ruben Sago up a spot. So this battle still raging on. That's the move for 2nd place actually. Steph Angus losing 2nd place. He's going back on the inside. That is on Charlie Clough. Charlie, the fastest driver out there on the circuit, going for 2nd place once again. The XL Motorsport trio all working together as they move for 2nd place. Oh, they're very close. Contact being made. Oh, they've got stuck on each other. Charlie Clough. That is not the most ideal situation for their finals later on today. That's the range in the field. Got to find another move on the left. He's getting off into the grass at the corner. What is going on in this 3rd heat for the Rawest of Inters? Everything is going on in this race is the answer. This is superb stuff. Yellow flags out at the Bruno chicane, so no overtaking in this section. This still means Owen is now in 2nd place for the XL team. Alexander Salas into your top 3. But on your screen, still Mason Hibbert. As he comes round Wilkins corner, and there's another driver off the circuit there. Who could that may be? William Bennett or Charlie Go. As we said, we saw him off a bit earlier. This is now the final lap of the race. Mason Hibbert here on your screens. Nothing to worry about throughout this race. Has really just kept it calm and collected. There are the drivers of Charlie Cole, Steph Angus. Now nearly a lap down because of that little tangle they had. That was just the way off and put them in a really unusual spot for the final. Just Mason Hibbert. What a drive so far from the number 8. Of course, number 8 means he finished 8th in the British Championship. And this could be the momentum he needs for later on today. Could we be looking at a final winner here? Mason Hibbert, we'll find out later on today, but the checkered flag goes out. That is Mason Hibbert's victory. In 5 seconds, the battle still going on for second place. Greg races to the line. Ethan Owen finished up in second place and Soloff in third. Harry Pavel and Ethan Lucas from Ruben Sago, and Hugo Williamson from Ayrton Lima Evans, the man from Brazil, one of our novice drivers. He's the top novice actually. He finished up in 8th place, and Cody Verkin make up 9 places from 18th on the grid. But tonight, Harry Davidson ranks at the top 10 from Ronnie Fortner, Harry Whitehouse, Charlie Cole up into 13th, Steph Angus, Harry Chapman finished a lap down, William Bennett also a lap down. So losing some of our front runners there, that is going to be going to watch out for in the final. A couple of drivers who will be a bit out of position, let's say, for the latter stages of these finals. Now, as one heat finishes, it's time to head over to the Rotax side of the field, and it's Junior Rotax coming up next. And we'll have a look at the grid in just a moment's time. It is a very tight championship with the Junior Rotax. This is how they line up. It's going to be Exton Cook, who starts from pole, from Ryan Gill and Matt Greeterix from off Keen, Jack Dimbleby, William Webb from Thomas Butcher, Adam Judicis, Harrison Fisher from Blake Southern, Drew Prisoner, Sam Flynn, Stanley Williams, Dane Perry, Finley Hams, Eskid Hewitt, Jeff Wharton, Zach Sidney, Daniel Viscus from Christian Kellogg, Joseph Thurkery, Ethan Cousins, and Denzel Patrick is back in the back of the field. We're going to go into the first start action. Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. And looks like a good start from the inside row. But will he all get through first time? No, they don't. Has a dish shot into the wall. And the big corner. Out of the first corner. Multiple drivers. There were about 15 drivers into the wall at turn 1. This is a big scramble for the rest of the drivers to get themselves going. And you'll just see at the top of the shot here, plenty of drivers off the circuit. But at the front, battle flags are out. The main losers, we lost in that one. Harrison Bishop, a big hit to the wheel. But who leads the way as they exit the first lap of the race? These guys will start to be slowing down now. And it is the driver, Matt Greeterix, up to first. As the rest of the pack slows right down. But what a dramatic start to the race in Junior Rotax. Of course, that is always the excitement of that first lap at the Cafe Corner. 34 drivers trying to get into one bit of tarmac will never go right. And it's Matt Greeterix who takes the lead with Jack Dimbleby and William Webb into third. Blake Southern up 6th to 10th. The big mover, and red flags have been called. Red flags are out. And these drivers will be starting to slow down and stop where the marshals tell them to. The main mover and all that was actually Zach Sidney, up to 7th place. Brilliant drive. Zach Sidney, who managed to avoid all the melee from 19th to 7th. Christian Kellogg up to 9th from 21st. Karthik Kometa up 13 spot to 11th. And the last on the grid, Archie Lamb, up to 15th, up 19 spots. But the red flag has been called. Drivers now stopped on the start-finish straight. Good call by the marshalling crew, the Orange Army, who do a brilliant job as always to make sure that all the drivers are looked after. So all the drivers will be sitting on the start-finish line now. Number 80 into the pits, who had a few issues. That was a bit further down the field as some of the drivers actually started to get going again. So Harrison Bishop managed to get going. Of course, he had a big hit to the wall, but has kept it. Has managed to keep it going. One of the Pro Train drivers out at the moment. Most of the drivers have managed to either keep it going or take it to the pit lane. Just 2 drivers now who sit at turn 1. All drivers are okay, that is always the best thing to see. And the great bit about that turn 1 is it's right next to the ambulance crew. But we'll have a little bit of a look further down. I think we may have lost Joseph Orton in that one. Of course, we'll wait and see who we have lost. But at the front of your screens, drivers now being re-gridded. Of course, because it was the first lap, they will be put back into their original spots. Of course, that's if anyone we've lost on the way. But drivers now getting out of the carts, having a bit of a breather after what was a very dramatic first lap of the race.
Something's going on, isn't it?
So if you're just joining us now, red flags out.
I think they're going
For the Junior Rotax third heat for them, their final heat for the finals. We have lost the number 39 of Augusta Lacar and the 36 of Eske Hewitt to the Pro Train drivers. They are seeking a retirement. Number 38, Omar Kiani, also into retirement as well. So we have lost a fair few drivers on that first lap. Of course, some of the biggest loss being this man here, Harrison Bishop, who we've managed to bring it back. But the question is, has he gotten any damage? And if so, what will the performance disadvantage be? We'll wait and see how Harrison Bishop gets on. We'll have a little look at the championship as we are here. Harrison Bishop, we know, is very high up in that championship. William Webb leads the championship so far from Riley Thatcher in second place. Blake Southern rounding out your top 3. And Harrison Bishop in 4th. Of course, very tight at the front end of the field. Only 5 points separates the top 4. So plenty of work to be done. And of course, with these random grids, really puts the drivers on the line.
I always stay with the crash.
But
Every time.
it's been a good season so far for Harrison Bishop. He took the victory in the first round of the championship.
Yeah.
And has consistently been up at the front end of the field.
Yeah, actually, they've just been kind of spin-off.
Took another podium 2 rounds ago. Blake Southern took victory at round 4 with dominant drive in that race. He has only 3 podiums so far this year, so still staying consistent. I think we've seen a lot in Blake Southern recently. Has really come alive as a driver in the past year, and the results speak for themselves. Riley Thatcher, who is looking really good so far, he has got 4 podiums this year. He took victory at round 5. William Webb with 4 podiums as well. He took victory at round 6.
This is good. This is going to be a proper grid start. I think we've had one, haven't we?
So the rest of the drivers, a bit of confusion for some of these drivers, trying to get themselves back into their original grid spots. Now, for some of these drivers, it'll be a good thing because they may have lost out big time, and now they've got that opportunity to regain those positions. on the other side of the fence, some drivers will be disappointed with that one. They might have had really good starts. I mean, for example, you know, we got drivers like, let's have a look, Archie Lamb, who got up to 15th place. He's now got to start all the way back from last on the grid again. You know, we got drivers such as Zach Sidney, who would be very happy with that 7th place result. Of course, now has to start back at 19th. So red flags just out at the moment. And of course, if you want to shout out someone on the live stream, put whoever they are in the comments. Write us some messages. We'll go through them throughout the day. Of course, this is round 8 for the Shenington Kart Racing Club. This is the Autumn Breeze round. So put your comments in. Let's see and hear who you're rooting for. And what is a very sunny day here at Shenington. So if you are from around the area, you want to come watch some kart racing, head on down. We have a lot of activities with nice refreshments as well around the circuit. Lots of racing. Still left to go. And of course, if you want to get into racing here at Shenington, head over to their websites, see how you can get involved with the Kart Racing Club, as these club rounds always seem to be an enjoyable one for the drivers. Most drivers do put a lot of time and effort in to these rounds. So of course, the same day where more with the Rotax side, the British champions are being confirmed. These are some of the drivers who are, of course, in their club level at the moment, heading on to their national events shortly. We could be seeing British champions being crowned here. But I'm going to let these guys carry on regridding themselves. And we'll be back in just a moment to restart the Junior Rotax Heat number 3.
What the hell's going on here? Intruding on our lunch here.
Some love in the chat for Harrison Bishop. Ryan Rapini in the comments. Ryan Rapini, who was a successful junior Rotax driver, had a really good weekend at Kimbolton last weekend. Great to see it in the comments. Ryan. Drivers just about to get ready here then for the restart of the 30. For those who weren't here just moments ago, where have you been? A very big accident at Cafe Corner, turn 2 of the circuit. Always gets bunched up there on the first lap, but saw a 20 car pile up and has caused the red flag. A few drivers out of the race. If you are a Pro Train fan, then you'll be quite disappointed to hear that we lost Agatha Blacker and Esker Hewitt. We've also lost Omar Kiani and Joseph Orton. A couple of drivers did manage to get it back to the grid. One of them drivers being Harrison Bishop, who is 4th in the championship at the moment, in real good contention for the championship win. For any of these top 4, it's going to come down to that very last race. Who will become victorious? You've got to stick around and watch, because these heat races, these finals, are going to keep becoming more and more useful. These points And staying consistent, staying on that black stuff could make or break the championship. So just waiting for green flags to come out in just a moment's time. So it's round 8 of the Shenington Kart Club series. And if you want to see any more of the results from earlier on in the season, or you want to have a look at the championships, head over to Alpha Timing and have a look for yourself. You can see where, if you're following any drivers, you can see where they are in the championship. You can have a look at how their results have been so far this year. And if you want to watch today and look at the timings, you can find the live timings all on Alpha Timing. And of course, you can join us here on TNL Sports or join us here at the circuit. Head on down and come and watch for yourself. It's much better to watch in person. You don't feel the speed of these cars when they're just 2 inches off the ground until you're properly at the side of the circuit watching them go by. It's some of the most impressive racing you'll see from some of our youngest drivers. Some of our youngest drivers from just 8 years old in our cadet classes, all the way up to the KZ drivers, where we got drivers in their 30s and their 40s. So no matter what your age is, always a space for you in karting. Now we're starting back up now. Green flag are up, and it's time for the formation lap. So let's try and run through the grid again, but we'll see how they line up. So it's going to be Exton Cook and Ryan Gill from Max Returx, Oscar Keane from Jack Demmelby, William Webb, who leads the championship, Thomas Butcher from Adjudicus, Harrison Bishop, who, of course, had that issue at the start. He's back in the race from Blake Sullivan, Drew Prenticer, Sam Flynn, Stanley Williams, Zane Perry, Finley Hands, Eskid Hewitt, who we know is out of the race, as well as Joseph Orton, Zach Sidney, and Daniel Wisnowskis from Christian Carroll, Jessica Berkery, Ethan Cousins, Kart, Pete Chimerta, Jensen Powell from the back of the grid. We'll see how he gets on as the rest of the pack come flying through. Will we get going for the first time asking on this restart then? It's a Junior Rotax restart, Heat 3. Are we going away first time? No, we are not. We are going round once again. Not the best way to get going after a long red flag, but they will head round once again. And Exton Cook for the JBR Racing team. You can see him there with that white helmet and that black and orange suit. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on in this race. Of course, these drivers have already had 2 heats so far, so they have plenty of experience around this track so far. William Webb took victory in the second heat. Jensen Powers was there in second place. Sam Flynn rounding out your top 3. And in the first heat, it was Blake Sullivan who took victory. Harrison Bishop there in second place. Stanley Williams in third. So really, anything to play for here. We have plenty of drivers who have a good opportunity of taking victory. So there's only one way to find out who will, and that's in the next 8 minutes plus. We get going for the second time asking then how into turn 1. Yes, we do. The inside row gets a much better start. Exton Cook leads them away as they head into Cafe Corner. Let's see if we can all get through cleanly once again. Yes, they do. They all get through cleanly. And the racing continues. Down to Stratford Hairpin. And a move on the inside from the driver who started in second place, Max Retrix. And that's an issue for the leader. Exton Cooks drops all the way down to the back of the field with a big issue. And that has not helped his race. As the rest of the pack going down to Wilkins Corner. Here's the second place holder, near the Lucian slot. A very good move from the lobby Jackson. But we will find out as they come through to finish the first half of the race. That was William Webb, who started away in 6th place, up to 2nd place at the start of the race, with Jack Demmelby down to 3rd. As the rest of the pack was flying through. No retirees for the moment. As battle for lead rages on. Battle for the lead, and that's a strong pass from William Webb, who's trying to do the same thing he did in Heat 2, and that is take victory, as it was setting up perfectly for the final. They come through hanger straight, and William Webb has a little look behind, just to see what the gap is, before they head into Wilkins' corner. Hard on the brakes as you head into Wilkins. Try and get on the power as early as possible, head down the start finish straight, move a bit further behind for third place. That is Harrison Bishop. What a drive so far for Harrison Bishop, up into third place. The man who was at the barriers at the first start on the restart, now it's into a top 3 spot. Blake Southern having a little go as well, trying to go round the outside, couldn't get that one done. He's lost another place, but we'll have another go. William Webb though now needs to pick up the power and start building that gap whilst he can. Max Dietrich isn't here to sit around and will be trying to close in, but Harrison Bishop has a move for 4th place goes on. That is Blake Southern. I think that looked like that will be he pushed onto the ground. The move was made by Drew Preissner on the inside. Blake Southern trying to get through as well, showed him the grass as the rest of the pack comes flying through once again into Trafford Hairpin, down runway straight and into the Bruno chicane through the right, through the left. Plenty of battles going on. Bit further behind as Zach Sidney going side by side with one of the drivers. That looks like Toby Jukes it may have been. Second now on between Harrison Bishop on your screens and Max Dietrich on the inside of Cafe Corner. Harrison Bishop will get that one done. A very clean move, and I think that was more of a smart decision by the 34 there, thinking, you know what, he is very quick, let's follow him and work together, try and see if we can close down William Webb. Think of the bigger picture. Blake Southern there in 4th place, as we saw, took victory just a few rounds ago. Very consistent so far in this championship is Blake Southern. Ended the last round of the championship with a top 3 and will be trying to go a couple spots better in this round. Can he get his second victory of this season? We'll wait until the final results, but at the moment looking good for a top 3 here. If Blake Southern, as he goes to the inside of Max Dietrich and Sean Pass up into the final podium spots. Will Dietrich fight back? I don't think so. So it's the Jack Dex Racing duo, Harrison Bishop, Blake Southern, now into your 2nd and 3rd spot, but the lead still consists of the Evolution car of William Webb, who seems to be the man on the move at the moment. From 6th on the grid to the lead, and the gap hasn't closed, it hasn't gained. So I think it's just like being really consistent now. I say that into the breakers though, looked like Harrison Bishop did close in just to turn him out. But it's going to be a tough ask against William Webb, one of the fastest drivers around this circuit. The man with the fastest lap at the moment is Blake Southern, who is using that slipstream to full effect. The question is though, you'll see him start closing in on Bishop. Will he wait behind? Will he push him along? Or will he go for the move? 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. Just the additional lap, so he's got to try and do something. If he's going to make the move, he's got to do it about now. And I think that's what he's going to try and do. No, he sits behind, thinks better of it. Of course, teammates at the end of the day, you don't want to hit your teammate. That is always a number one rule of racing. Sam Flynn on your screens there, having a good battle, a bit further behind for 4th place. Sam Flynn getting past Dietrich and Drew Prisoner in that battle as well. Will he make the move on the teammate? Yes, he will. At the corner, up into 2nd place. Goes Blake Southern. Will he stipulate to his teammate though? Will he say, come on, let's work together now? What will Bishop do? Bishop thinks they're off, sticks behind, wait for another opportunity. So Blake Southern in second place. Will he be able to close that gap down? We're going to get 2 more laps left of racing here in the third heat for Junior Rotax. On the brake, nice and hard. Get the kart turned in, pick up the pace nice and early as he exits the final corner. Down part corner, nice and smooth with the steering. Keep the power up, on the brakes, down to cafe corner. Keep the speed up, use the runoff area, but don't go over that white line. Keep the power on, Stratford straight. Now down into Stratford hairpin, nice and hard on the brakes. Get it turned in, pick up the power nice and early once again. Use the exit curb to get those tyres spinning. Down into Bruno chicane, through the right, use a bit of curve on the right. Through the left, pick up the power now, let the kart run wide as you exit. Down, hanger straight, keeping that speed up, nice and hard on the brakes once again. Is he closing in? Is Blake Southern closing in? We'll find out after the end of this lap. Look at the time. It is Blake Southern, fastest lap time around. Blake Southern is really on it at the moment, 3/10 quicker than William Webb. This is the final lap of the race. This is it for Blake Southern. He's losing opportunities though, but William Webb is really struggling on this final lap. Blake Southern, does he have the momentum to go for a move? It's going to have to be into the final sector. If he's going to have to make a move, it's going to be into Wilkins. Will he go for the move? No, he thinks so of it. Thinks of the opportunity. This is going to be a very tight one. Down to the second flag. It will take victory. It's going to be so close. It's William Webb by 4 of a second. In front of Blake Southern, Harrison Bishop rounds like you've got 3 from Sam Flynn, Drew Prisoner from Max Greeterick, Oscar Keane, Jensen Powers from last on the grid up to 8 from Jack Dimbleby and Stanley Williams rounding out the top 10. Ethan Cousin up 12 places from 23rd to 11th. Matthew So and Toby Duke from Adjudigus and Zach Sidney up 4 to 15th. What a race that was till the very, very end, with William Webb just holding on by less than 100th of a second. Really came down to the very, very end, and is a good use of why that Wilkins corner is so exciting in so many ways, because you can go to the inside, but you can also go to the outside and get that cutback manoeuvre, and if you've got the speed, it can work. But a brilliant way to finish the third heat for Junior Rotax. Now, it's time for a bit of a lunch break for today, so we'll be joining you back in around an hour's time.
Is that it? Have we got 20 minutes?
Welcome back to proceedings here at Shenington for round 8 of the Club Championship. We're kicking it off once again with the Super 4 KZs, and it's their third heat of the day. It's Alan Kenyon who starts from pole position with Dan McCune and Miles Murphy from Ralph Youngland, Oliver Stewart from Charlie Cole, Lee Ward. Well, my apologies, that is the result. So we'll go to the grid now, actually. How about that? Kenyon from Dan McCune, Miles Murphy and Ralph Youngland from Oliver Stewart, Charlie Cole from Lee Ward, Ryan Garvey, Tom Taylor from Isaac Smith, Jake Weston and Alex McKay, from Derek Morgan, Darryl Henderson, from Joel Charlton and Harry Wolf, from Jessica Edgar, Kai Springfield, Craig Mayers, from Ellis Borgia, Craig Moore, Reece Duffy, Tyler Harris and Ben McLeod. Rounds out your field of drivers. Watch out for Tyler Harris, who starts near the back of the field. That's what, really shakes up the KZ and all the classes with these random grids. We've got quick drivers who will start near the back of the pack. Sometimes drivers start near the front of the pack. It's really all mixed up. And what prize from some brilliant racers. Oliver Stewart on your screen. British champion, winning that number 1 plate. He's got Ralph Youngland behind him. Of course, Ralph getting a lot more experience in these KZ karts now. Plenty of action awaits us today here at Shenington. If you missed any of the first half of proceedings, feel free to go back and watch it later, because drivers are now lining up on the grid, and we are soon to get ready for Heat 3 of the KZs. For those who don't know what the KZ karts are, these are the fastest karts you will see all weekend long. 6-speed gearboxes and loads of power, hitting over 100 miles an hour around this circuit as they head into Stratford Hairpin. And lights out and away we go, down into turn 1. It looks like Alan Kenyon got a brilliant start into Cafe Corner as the rest of the pack comes flying through. It looks all clean for the time being as drivers start to make moves up round the outside against Dan McCune. Can he get that one done? Yes, he does! What a move from Dan McCune into the lead of the race. A really good outside manoeuvre to the lead with a bit of a gap already. With Miles Murphy there in 4th place as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Moves being made a bit further back behind the pack, but the rest of the field comes flying through into the final corner. Dan McCune still leads the way with the rest of the pack, making their way through Wilkins down the start-finish straight into Kart Corner, which quickly follows into Cafe Corner. Drivers having to use the brakes, turn, and a couple drivers off the circuit at the exit of Bruno Chicane. We'll have a little look and see who that might well be. That is Greg Moore and Kai Springfield. So yellow flags are out for the 2 drivers who are trying to get their karts going. So no overtaking in this sector. As he waves yellow flag, so no drivers are allowed to overtake until they get to that green flag. There is one of the drivers, that is Kai Springfield on your screen. And up again, a yellow flag sector, so there must be another car off at the side of the road. So still means no racing until they're into the green flag sector, which they are now, so they can carry on racing. But it's still Dan McCune who leads the way. Battle for second, now starting to rage on, but of course, because the yellow flags cannot overtake just yet, even if it's a stationary yellow, they are not allowed to overtake until they see a green flag and they know that the track is clear to carry racing. Miles Murphy losing a few spots there. And they head down the main straight once again. That is Charlie Cole, but in 4th place. And now he says, oh, they've all got bunched up there. Oliver Stewart getting bunched up with Miles Murphy. They've all managed to keep it going, but I got very close as Alan Kenyon stays in 2nd place. There on your screens, he's got his teammate of Ralph Youngland for the Sodi Racing team on his tail. Will Ralph go for a late move? He's hard on the brakes, closes in on the braking zone. Will he get the speed as he exits? It looks quite close, but of course got that slipstream effect, which can be quite handy for most of these drivers as they're all in one pack, one big tail. as they head into Bruno chicane. Out the chicane they go. And on the straight, that's a move for Rab Youngling on the fastest part of the circuit. That was a brave move from the 25. He makes the lead, move for second place and keeps it on all four wheels. But that was a very risky move, but with high reward. And he's now into second place with the chance to close down on the leader. Will Dan McCune keep this gap? We'll wait and find out. Move for third place. Charlie Cole, Oliver Stewart falling through. Miles Murphy trying to go for a mid as well. Big lose for Alan Kenyon, who lost about 3 spots just in that one corner. And we were speaking about momentum earlier. The second you lose one, you've really got to pick up that momentum again. Otherwise, you could just lose plenty and see yourself drop out the top 10. But he's managed to keep it on the road. That's got a lot of work to do now. Ralph Youngling open up the corner, nearly showing an opportunity for Charlie Cole, but Charlie Cole stays there in third place, waits for a better opportunity. Looking at the times, Oliver Stewart, the fastest man out on the circuit at the moment, in the 4th place. Really shows the pedigree of the talent in this class, that the man who is starting 4th is the fastest out there. Miles Murphy being overtaken on the inside, and a double overtake from Jake Weston, who made 2 for the price of 1. And into 4th place, Jake Weston now chasing down the top 3, and McCune is just creeping that out just by small margins. 1.9 seconds is the gap so far from him and Ralph Youngling, and the gap increased actually to 2 seconds. So the rest of the pack can fly through as there's a driver who's pulling off to the side of the circuit. That is Alan Kenyon, who had obviously that issue with the lap previous, now into a retirement with a mechanical issue, and you'll see him just on the midsection of the Bruno chicane, sat there looking at the kart thinking, what on earth has happened there? So retiree for Alan Kenyon does not help out his final grid decision. There's 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Push that additional lap. Now Charlie Cole is into second place. Looking to be losing a place. Dick Weston and Oliver Stewart having a brilliant battle. Oliver Stewart up 2 places on that start finish straight. Up into 3rd place. And Oliver Stewart has really got it all cut out for him if he wants to take victory here this weekend. But Ralph Youngling has pushed him off the circuit. That was a bit too tasty for Ralph Youngling, using the brakes and unfortunately tapping the rear of Oliver Stewart. And I'll say there was no intention with that, but they managed to both keep it on the road. Miles Murphy's made up some good ground because of that. The rest of the pack come flying through once again. Dan McCune still leads with a massive margin, over a second and a half, with Charlie Cole in second place. Miles Murphy in a battle now with Oliver Stewart and Ralph Youngling. Oliver Stewart trying to fight back at Ralph Youngling. Let's see what he can do into Stratford Hairpin. Will he go for a late one on the inside? No, but he's going to find a way through. Ralph Youngling runs wide. That is the opportunity for Oliver Stewart to go up into 4th place, and this battle is raging on. Darrell Henderson's in there as well. He's in second place in the championship, so we'll need every point possible to keep his title hopes alive, especially with Alan Stevens not being here. This will be his best opportunity to regain some valuable points that can be used at the end of the season. So Jake Weston, round at your top 3, has pulled a bit of a gap now to the driver in 4th, which of course is Oliver Stewart. Ralph Youngling getting into a bit of a tangle with Miles Murphy, and bumpers rubbing against Derek Morgan and another driver that looked like it may have been, driver off, and I think that might have been Miles Murphy, who's into the battles at the Bruno chicane, just off a camera shot, and that is a big loss for the final. With 20 seconds plus a lap, this man, the thing, Dan McCune is starting to be reeled in now by Charlie Cole. The 2 teammates Oh, we know Charlie Cole's quick around the circuit. Will he be able to show it with a couple laps left to go? It's of course this is the penultimate lap of the race, but he can't overtake in this section. It is a yellow flag zone once again. Jake Weston closing in, but Dan McCune. Now I wonder if he's just trying to look after the tyres or the components, but Charlie Cole is using this to his advantage. And look at the gap. It's closing down. You can see it for yourself. The gap is really closing down here. The final lap of the race now begins. And Charlie Cole, look how close he is now. Could this be a last lap opportunity for Charlie Cole in this race? Heat 3 for the KZ. Round the outside, Charlie Cole's going to turn brake later. He's going to go to the outside. He can't get it done. Goes to the cut back manoeuvre. Hasn't got the speed, but will he have a look to the inside? He's got the run. Can he have a go? No, not yet. Thinks better of it. Waits for another opportunity to come around. This helps out Jake Weston, who's closing in. I think he'll settle for P3 though. But who will take victory? It's going to be a Durham ART Kart. But will it be Charlie Cole? Will it be Dan McCune? It looks like it's just going to be Dan McCune at the very end. Or is it Charlie Cole? Victory at the very end! Charlie Cole takes victory with Jake Weston in second place. Manages to jump in front of Dan McCune by 500th of a second. McCune down to third. Oliver Stewart in fourth. From Ralph Duggan, who rounds out your top 5. Derek Morgan and Alex Bergier from Isaac Smith and Darrell Henderson. And Lee Ward rounds out your top 10 from Joel Charlton and Reece Duffy. Tyler Harris with a good drive up to 13th with Craig Mays and Ben McLeod. Ryan Garvey and Alex Piquet from Harry Walsh and Tom Taylor. Kai Springfield rounds out your field of drivers who finished the race. Miles Murphy and Alan Kenyon, both retirees, as well as Greg Moyer and Jessica Edgar, both who didn't take the start. What a exhilarating race that was in the Super 4 KZs. Always there to provide action, and so it did. The next race. Now coming up is the Formula Libra class. Of course, as we spoke about earlier, this is the X30 class, but for more of a financial point of view. Obviously, minimum amount of tyres you can use over a course of the season. And trying to keep everything down to a minimum. Always great to see at Shenington getting involved. We're trying to get everyone in karting as much as they can. Obviously, motorsport become more diverse as well, which is always great to see. More opportunities for people to get involved in not just racing, but through marshalling, scrutineering. There's always somewhere to be. A lot of teams now you can become a mechanic. Mechanic is always an amazing thing to get involved with. But the Formula Libras in a puff of steam now heads out onto the circuit. Let's have a little look at how they line up. This, of course, is the third and final heat they will have, and it's going to be a exciting one for sure. It's Ashley White who starts from pole, Matt Cardwell and Reese Masters from Oliver Kershaw, Crystal Thomas from Andrew Silvers and Olivia Jenkins, Laszlo Earl from Archie White, Lone Davies and Jack Stewart, from Samantha Serrod, Oliver Bourne, Mark Armstrong and Lewis Payton rounds out your field of drivers. Let's see if we can get going for the first time of asking here at Shenington. Plenty of other drivers in the mix, so a good opportunity of taking victory. But who will take it at the very end? 7 minutes plus a lap left to go. And it's like down, away we go. Down into turn 1 and 2. As the rest of the pack heads through as well. A strong start from one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport karts. That looks like Ashley White. As a couple of drivers get into contact a bit further back behind the field. But at the front still Ashley White, who leads them into Wilkins for the first time. And they come through to finish the first lap of the race. Matt Cardwell up to second place, Christopher Thomas in third, Olivia Jenkins there in fourth. And the rest of the pack comes flying through. Now we'll see if we lost anyone that first lap. Andrew Silvers was the driver we lost. He was with the Garrity Motorsport team, who had a few issues on that first lap. Jack Foreman, Jack Stewart, both having issues as well. Olivia Jenkins up into third place. You just saw that in the back of shot. So head through, of course. Olivia Jenkins, a strong career in TTM racing. Spent most of her time racing the junior TTM and TTM extreme classes over the years here at Shenington. Green flag out at the final sector, so there wasn't no overtaking into Wilkins. No, we'll have to wait till they see the green flag to carry on racing, but still at the front is a solid drive so far from Ashley White as they break into Stratford Airpin and a big rear lockup from Ashley White. Matt Cardwell there in second place as they head through the right and through the left at Bruno Chicane. Olivia Jenkins, what can she do? She's currently in third place with a bit of time to find. Matt Cardwell, she's been very quick with that last corner, getting the momentum down the spot for this bit. Would be a look to go on the inside into Kart corner. Not just yet. I think he's just going to wait for an opportunity here. Stick behind for a few laps just to follow Ashley White round. I think Cardwell's really good. Got to have a big thing. Look at her rear locking up from Ashley White. As there's a big tyre on the exit of Stratford Hairpin. That could be something to watch out for. That's obviously got knocked on during the first laps of proceedings. So Olivia Jenkins down the screen. The number 84 behind is Lauren Davies. Two drivers who have the capability that goes in the top two, and of which they are. Lauren Davies actually the fastest man out on the circuit, 44.36. Olivia just 300ths off that. So these two are working together quite nicely, and look at the gap. They've already closed in. Olivia Jenkins on her way to maybe taking a victory here. Still early doors in this race though, still 4 minutes left to go, but look at the lead back. It's closing in. And just give it a lap or so, and Olivia Jenkins will be trying to find a way through this battle for the top four. It's definitely going to change. But it just seems like Ashley White is under a serious amount of pressure now. Not just by one kart, but two extra karts as well. Now, Cardwell, what does he do? He thinks, right, they've closed it, I've got to make a move now to try and get away. Or will he just try and defend his spot? He's going to have a couple more opportunities before I know Olivia Jenkins will be trying to find a way through. Olivia Jenkins competed here at the highest level, so knows how to do it. Cardwell has left the wide open, and Olivia Jenkins on the inside gets that move done. That's the second place. Ashley White, will he just try and defend it? Not yet. I think he's thinking better of it. Knows he's got the speed through here, but will he be able to hold off Olivia Jenkins as they head down to Stratford Airpin? On the inside goes Olivia Jenkins. A rear lookup once again from Ashley White, but Olivia Jenkins is through and into the lead of the race. Olivia Jenkins, now the fastest driver out on circuit as well, 44.3. So the times are definitely coming down as the tyres start to work just a tiny bit more. So Matt Caldwell to second place now. And a move for third place. Sloan Davies on the inside. Will he get that move done? Yes, he does. The Tim Wilson Motorsport driver Ashley White drops down to fourth place. And in the matter of a lap, has gone from 0 to 0. From a nice comfortable lead all the way down to fourth place. That is just how karting works. Can all be shaken up in just one lap. But really seems to be a braking issue there for Ashley White. Seems to be locking up them tyres quite often. As the rest of the pack comes flying through. That battles a bit further down the field. But up at the front still is Olivia Jenkins. leading the way as they head into Wilkins Corner. Just under 2 minutes left on the clock, plus the additional laps. So we've still got a fair few laps of racing here at Shenington. And these drivers are definitely putting up a fight. They head through to Stratford Hairpin once again. Yellow flags were out on the entry, but everything seems to be all good. No one's really pulled away from each other just yet. I think Cardwell is still on the pace with Olivia Jenkins. Of course, as I said before, the great thing about Shenington is the slipstream effect. So even if you don't have the speed in the corners, if you've got that straight line speed, Lauren Davis on the inside of Matt Cardwell, can he get that one done? Yes, he does. A brilliant move to second place. Goes Lauren Davis, and now he's going to try and chase down Olivia Jenkins, which of course we saw the laps previously. He was faster than Olivia Jenkins. So can he put that into a result? Let's see in the next few minutes. On the brakes once again. 2 Stratford Hairpin and down into Bruno Chicane. Still time to find if Lauren Davis wants the sense of victory. Never going to be easy against someone like Olivia Jenkins. Of course, this result for Matt Cardwell does him well. Still third in the championship. As well for Ashley White. So I guess that's a big reason why they're not thinking too much about losing their position. As long as they stay up in that top 5 bracket. Still got plenty of time left in this championship. Of course, Matt Cardwell third in the championship. Ashley White in 4th. And Iron Davies as well, up in 7th place. Not far off the front of the pack. The top 10 fairly separated. And the top 8's only been separated by around 30 points, which can be easily won or lost in the next rounds to come. And the last lap board is out here in Formula Libra. This is the final heat for them before they complete their final a bit later on today. And at the moment, it does look like Olivia Jenkins who would have the upper edge against her opponents. But Lauren Davis has really closed in on this lap and could be looking for a last minute opportunity. It's all about getting out of this corner as quick as you possibly can and using the slipstream. Lauren Davis is stipulating to Olivia, saying, come on, let's get this race done. Let's finish where we are. Brilliant thinking by Lauren Davis, who's thinking more about the championship and the result. Olivia Jenkins down the final corner takes victory then in Formula Libra. The final heat for them with Lauren Davis and Ashley White rounding out your top 3 as Matt Caldwell and Oliver Kershaw, who actually finished in 6th because Josh Derry took it at flag in the top 5. Clive Colley up to 7th with a good result from Leslie Earl and Bonnie Mortier, Archie White and Oliver Bourne and Jack Stewart and Lewis Payton. Mark Armstrong and Jack Crisp rounds out your top 15. A very exciting Formula Libra third heat where it really came down to the very end. Nearly a loss for Olivia Jenkins, but of course Lauren Davis thinking more about the championship. Next race coming up then, back to our Rotaxes. It is the Intermax class and it's going to be an exciting one from the get-go. We'll just get the grids up and have a little look at where everyone is starting. Of course, Oscar Roach starts from pole position with Alex Taniskis alongside, and it's Jacob Underhill and Matthew Lilly from Vinnie Rhodes, Eli Rideout, Layla Bell, Sandro Kemp, Clark Naylor, Siki Komatsu, Harrison Ormka, Ariana Komatsu, Roger Gokanav, Jackson Hilton, Robin Ashton, Jay Birmingham. Toby Wortley rounds out your field of drivers. So will we get going for the first time action yet again? Yes, we. No, we don't. I thought we were going for a moment there, but no, we are going around once again through Cafe Corner they go. And of course, some of the drivers not in the right formation. Yeah, they're in and out. So a full start for these drivers. They will go around once again. So, as said, at the front of your field, Oscar Roach in that very bespoke pink livery. A couple of drivers watch out for Layla Bell, who's been looking very dominant so far this year. We'll have a little look at the championships and how it stands in the Rotax Inter category. It's Lutz Herbson who leads the championship. Oscar Roach in second place, so Oscar could really do with a good result here. Clark round at your top three. Layla Bell up there in fifth. Sandro Kemp in fourth. So I think Sandro and Layla both looking for consistent results as well for their championships as well. Very tight at the front end of the championship. David Wortley's got some work to do from the back of the field. But we get going for the second time asking. The inside road gets a way better start, and Oscar Roach leads them into Cafe Corner. Jacob Underhill up into second place as they all file through the first couple of corners down into Stratford Hairpin, one of the major overtaken zones. And let's see if they can all come through unscathed. A couple of drivers going over the top of them. Oh, big off near the back of the field. And all them drivers are okay. There was a driver who went up and over, but they all seem to be getting back on the road as they head down into the first corner and onto the start of the straight. We'll see how they all turn around as they finish the first lap of the race. Oscar Roach, who needs these points for his championship, looking well for the time being. Jacob Underhill and Alice Taniskis rounding out your top three. Finley Rhodes, Layla Bell into the top five as well. But all the action seems to have been cleared at the Stratford Hairpin, but Mississippi Southern flags are out, so there must have been some coolant that may have been dropped onto the circuit. So drivers just got to be a bit wary as they enter into the hairpin, but seems to be all good. One driver who had to retire through that accident, that looks like it may have been Tony Wortley, who is actually a big loss because of course he's high up in the championship and needed these points to put him up the field, but that is not how he expected his third heat to go. But still has work to do in the final. Still always that final opportunity in these race events. And of course the format of these karting events always do well, because even if you have bad heats you can still have a good opportunity for the final. Well, of course in the final, podiums mean prizes. That's where the trophies are won. And there on your screens actually is Layla Bell, the number 33. Of course with that pink helmet, the Synergy Kart, that white and blue kart. Driving really well so far is Layla. Of course, one of our females in motorsport. It's great to see more females getting into the driver's seat. And always great to see them fight at the top end against all the guys. We shouldn't really speak much about them because it should just be a normal thing that we do speak about, but it's always great to see the progression of these female drivers over the years. And of course, Layla will have more opportunities as she grows up. Of course, these aren't just cadet drivers, ages all the way down to near 8 years old. Of course, Layla will soon have those opportunities when she's a bit older, as one day hopefully heading on to the F1 Academy. I think the F1 Academy do a brilliant institution where they race alongside the Formula 1. Brilliant exposure for the upcoming female drivers. Of course, getting results there can lead them to manufactured drives with big teams, which is what all of these drivers are looking for at the end when they are a lot older than what they are now. Of course, these drivers are probably in their early years of school, learning their English and maths, and at the weekend racing a kart around. And nearly 60 miles an hour, these cars, even for their age, still very, very quick. These karts hitting up to 60 miles an hour, which is very daunting when you're 2 inches off the ground and you can feel every bump in your body. But Layla Bell having a brilliant battle now with what looks like Alice Taniskis. That's for the final spot on the podium. Layla Bell could be on for a podium here. if she can get past Taniskis, which is never an easy thing to do. But Jacob Underhill still leads the way, but it's slowly being closed in. My apologies, Oscar Roach still leads the way. Oscar that far down the road, we've completely forgotten about him. Oscar Roach still leading the way, Jacob Underhill down in second place. So this is out for the podium, down the podium spot, looking Lena Bell on the inside. Can she get that move done? That was a superb move at Cafe Corners, another overtaking opportunity. And it looked like Alex Taniskis had a little look back, but couldn't get that move done. That settled Lena Bell into final podium spot, but now has really got to lock in now and put some good laps in to bridge that gap to Taniskis. But looking so far so good for Lena Bell. Will Taniskis work with Lena now? Or will he have a look back? Jackson Hilton closing in as well. One to watch out for, move it to the back, that's going to be sure that's the James Birmingham energy Kart. Find a way through with just a minute and a half left to go here in this race. Augusta Roach heads down to Stratford Hairpin, who was absolutely drove off. You can't even get him in the shot anymore. T&L, the camera crew at T&L trying their absolute hardest, but it's too far ahead and they can't get him in shot. But the battle for second place still raging on. Overtakes B Main and Jackson Hilton past Jay Birmingham. Jackson Hilton, who seems to run the fastest out of the circuit. The fastest man actually out of the circuit is Jay Birmingham. That's a late move to Jackson Hilton on the inside. Alex Taniskis gets that move done. Right way around the outside. He gets that one done. Number 20's having a little look there as well. That's Matthew Lilly going around the outside of Alex Taniskis at turn one. Never an easy move to do. But look at this for second place. Lena Bell is absolutely on it at the moment. Lena Bell having a look to the inside. Underhill thinks there, covers it off. But Lena Bell's going to go for the cutback manoeuvre. They're going to be side by side. Will Lena get the run as they head down in British Kane? Yes, he does. She's into second place. Superb stuff from Lena Bell. The number 33 in the past 2 laps from 4th up to second place. Now trying to chase down the leader. Layla stipulates to Jacob, saying, come on, you've scored on quicker. Follow me now. But Jacob Hill's having none of that. Pushes Perway, goes back to second place, and Lena Bell will not be impressed by that. Jackson Hilton still there in 5th place. Closing in on these two. They head down to Stratford Hairpin. Jacob Hill gone on the defensive as well. He is really trying to hold on to this second place. But Jackson Hilton, who started all the way down in 15th, has had a brilliant drive so far, but is trying to find some more spots to pick up. Right on the tail now, Lena Bell. Underhill goes defensive. Jackson Hilton to the inside, one of the most hardest corners to make a move on, and he's done absolutely that. That was a very strong move, but onto the final lap of the race goes Oscar Roach. What a drive from Mr. Roach, who's pulled up over a 3-second gap from the rest of the field. Has got nobody to worry about after that second place. Still rages on. Oscar Roach to take it nice and gentle. Knows he's got the gap to just take his time. But what a drive from Oscar Roach, who of course took the lead at the very start and hasn't looked back since. Just kept putting the laps in, staying consistent. That's what you need to do. Take victory here at Shenington, and he's done exactly that. Victory here as he crosses the checker flag first, and that is a brilliant victory for Oscar Roach, who takes it from the rest of the pack and flying through Jacob Underhill, finished up in second place. And finishes in front of Lena Bell by, guess this, 100th of a second. Very, very close at the end. Jackson Hilton finishes up in 4th place with Jay Birmingham and Matthew Lilly. Sandro Kemp, Lewis Herpston up to 8th, Mike Matsu. A brilliant top 10 finish. And 8th top 10 is Rudra Cookenhouse. But that racing really came down to the very, very end. One man who lost that big time in that race was Toby Wortley, who of course went into retirement, and he's going to have to work to try and keep his championship hopes alive. But that is the end to the Rotax Inters. Coming up next is the Junior X30 class, and we'll run through the grid in just a moment's time. So it's time for Junior X30s and their final heat of the day. Now, it's going to be exciting to see what Jacob Marples can do from pole position, with Conrad Barton alongside Will Green and Alex Shepherd from Charlie Blakenstock and George House, Jacob Baxter, Dominic Harabit, William Thomason, Alfie Brown, is back with Zach McDonald. Plenty of drivers in the field. We get going for the first time asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. And it looks like a good start so far. No, we're actually going around again. My apologies. It is a full start. So we're kind of going through the grid then. Zach McDonald, who starts with 11th from Tom Fox and Alfie Fulton. Jack Wish, Charlie Phillips from Katie Donaldson. Oliver Meek from Slashing Gee and Louis Barker. John T. Restrick from Alfie Taylor. George Edgar starts all the way down in 22nd place. A lot of work to do from Lewis Hay and Isaac Sayer. Archie Rogers Tyler. Night Measures, Jack Baker. Freddie Wood from Luca Sabani. Hardy King, Brandon Edwards, William Omar and Lucas Murray. Plenty of drivers who start a lot further down than where they finished in the last heat. So lots of work for some of these drivers to do. But let's wait and see how they get on. Watch out for George Edgar, who starts all the way down in 22nd place. So we're going for a second time asking. Yes, dude! Down into turn 1 and a brilliant start from the inside road. Kart's going off as they come through turn 1. But William Green down in 2nd place, trying to chase down Jacob Marples, who had a brilliant start. Will Green, of course, race at the very front of the World Championships. He knows exactly how to drive a go-kart. But can he get past Jacob Marples on this first lap? They head through Brewer Chicanes for the first time and head down the Hanger Straight down into Wilkins. Will this be a move for the lead of the race from Will Green? Yes, it is. On the inside. Very, very clean move. Charlie Blankenstock with the 3rd place as they come through to finish the first lap of the race. Will Green leads the way. Jacob Marples there in 2nd place. Charlie Blankenstock up into 3rd. It's Dick Batchelor up into 4th as well, as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Million Thomason from Conrad Barton, Alex Shepherd, George House, Katie Donaldson, who's trying to make up some spots for her championship battle, with Dominic Parabic rounding out your top 10 for the Veloce Racing team. Moves going on. Donaldson getting involved with, who is that in front? That might have been George House as they head into Wilkins once again. There's Charlie Blakenstock on your screen. He's there in 4th place. Isaac Sayer had a good start, up 14 places at the very start, up to 11th. Started all the way in 25th. Now the move and a battle for 2nd place going on. Jacob Batcher had a look, but that was very close to Charlie Blankenstock. Running very well all over the X-Cub and nearly losing the rear end of the car. Manages to keep it going, but yellow flags in the Bruno chicane. There is a car into the wall, into the grass mound, shall I say. Who could that be? Could that be? We'll take a little look now. Alfie Taylor, who hasn't had the best start. Yes, it is. Alfie Taylor, who was right up at the front in the heat previous, now out of the race. Not the way he wanted to start his 3rd heat, and of course the final heat. This is the last opportunity for drivers to score points, to move themselves up the final grid. Batchelor looking for 2nd place. Can't get that one done. Marples keeping the speed up, and of course yellow flag sector, so he can't make that move anyway, even if he had the speed and the time too. So the battle for 2nd place still raging on. Jacob Marples getting the head down. Green flags are out now, so we're back to go for the move now. He has a look really closes in. Jacob Marple and Jacob Batcher there on the screen. And as they head into Kart corner and into Cafe corner. Very much fun to drive these Junior X30s around this circuit. And of course, Alfie Taylor, that has no good for his championship. Third in the championship at the moment and is all the way as a DNF. Red flags are out. Red flags are out on the circuit. And the race is being stopped. Now, we will find out the reason for this in a moment's time. But the red flags are now out on circuit. Now, trying to work out what this could have been for. Might have something to do maybe with Alfie Taylor. He sat on the sidelines. But we will wait here for an update. So red flags have been called for Junior X30s and the marshals tell them all to go down and stop at the start finish line. As you can see on your screens, there's an instant out on circuit that has called the red flags. All green then, who was leading the way. So I wouldn't imagine the grid being changed. The ambulance is out on circuit. I wouldn't imagine the grid to be changed as the driver having to push the car a bit further back. Will Green then still leading the way, and I can confirm the ambulance is being sent out for Alfie Taylor. So it must have been a bit of an injury for Alfie Taylor. He's got himself in a bit of discomfort. A couple of drivers have a little chat. That is the teammates of George Edgar and the 87. That, of course, is a driver who finished quite high up in the heat previous. That was Archie Rogers Tyler. Surprisingly, George Edgar only got to 23rd. Very, very hard start. Has only really gained what he lost at the start. Big movers so far being William Omar, one of our novice drivers. He's up to 22nd, who started in 33rd. Brandon Edwards, another one of our novice drivers. I know. From 32nd to 18th. Very, very quick indeed. Freddie Wood started 29th. He's up to 16th. Night measures from 27th for the grid up to 15th. He actually has the fastest lap of the race, so the driver in 15th. Just shows how close the whole pack is. And of course, Isaac Sayer from 25th on the grid. He is up to the top 10. So,
because I can't pat my head and rub my stomach.
Plenty
They usually have a button on them, don't they?
of action going on. Now, I can say that Jack Taylor, my apologies, the driver who went off, Alfie Taylor, is in the ambulance and is now being taken off the circuit. The cart now being picked up by the mechanic. You can see the cart just behind. Marshall's having a look, just making sure no one has a front fairing penalty.
Number 42 is out.
Marshall's just telling the drivers what they need to do, and it just sounds like they will be staying in the order that they do that red flag. Now, according to that board, that does look like the race has ended. So, yep, that is it. That is X30 Junior. That is their Heat 3 completed. They only made it to the halfway stage. 4 minutes left to go. But Will Green takes victory. Jacob Marple's in second place from Jacob Batcher in third. It was George House from Millen Tomlinson, from Charlie Blenkinsop, Alfie Brown, from Alex Shepherd, Katie Donaldson and Isaac Sayer ran at your top 10. But I think a few drivers will be a bit disappointed with their result. A few drivers happy, but definitely not the way we like to finish these races. And I do hope that Alfie Taylor, who was involved, is okay. There is Alfie's Kart. And once all these karts have gone by, he will be taken back to Park Ferme, where of course all the drivers will be heading off to. But as you can see on the board, the race has finished. So really unfortunate there, but we do hope that Alfie Taylor is all good. Of course, we do have to worry about safety at the end of the day. Safety is always the main priority for the drivers, and that's why there's plenty of safety procedures that are in this field. Now we're coming on to our next race now, the senior Rotaxes, as they head out onto circuit, and it looks like it's going to be full of exciting action. Let's have a little look at the grid. It's going to be Lachlan Homer who starts from pole, Ethan Martin alongside. Watch out for Ethan Martin, a very, very strong driver, and has the potential to take victory. Alex Gergis. They all come through. Alex Gergis and Adam White from Oliver Lomax, Ben Brock, John Hoff. Plenty of drivers going for a little spin. This will definitely and probably be a full start. Now, I don't need to look away from the screen for just a moment. What on earth has happened there? And I think we're only around once again. Yes, we do. Well, that was a bit interesting. What on earth happened there? At the hanger corner. Of course, drivers tend to start slowing down at that point. They can throw some people off. Of course, top 10 rounding off by Abby Sanders, Daniel Kayoff from Ollie White, Richard Evans, Sky Fraser, Philip Tatum, Oliver Gibson. Starts all the way down 16th. Watch out for him. Oliver Gibson with John by James Johnson, Pierce Armstrong, Jaskarian, Narwhal, Parser, Taz Mavid, Max Sheldon Hayward, and Lily Charlton. Rounds out your field of drivers. So, will we get going for the second start of Askin here, of course. Oppenheimer and Ethan Martin on your front row of the grid. Let's see if we can get going for the second time. It looks like we're doing an awful start from Ethan Martin, who really had no pace coming out of that final corner, but stays in third place for the time being. The outside row really taking a big loss there, but look for the lead. Alex Gergis on the inside, but Ethan Martin's going to try and get the double side by side as they head down into Brioche Chicane, but Ethan Martin's on the inside, takes the lead of the race as they head into Brioche Chicane, through the right, through the left, and pick up the power as you head through the final right, using the exit curve, head down. Ethan Martin, this is his time to get away. Move for third place going on, bit of bumper ripping, and we'll see how everyone follows up. Let's see who were the big movers in that first lap. Ollie Wisehead at 3 on that first lap, up into the top 10, a bit further down the field, but up the front, Ethan Martin on your screens leads the way, and a big battle for third place going on. Lachlan Homer sticking on that inside white line to cover off from pretty much the rest of the field. No one's really pulled away from each other, except for the man at the front, Ethan Martin, who still extends that gap. But look at the margin he's got already. That must be over a second gap already. As on the screens, look at the move. That was for third place. Looks like Adam White got through on Lachlan Homer. Adam White, who we've seen a lot with the Ben Maxim development team, up into the top 3. As they head through Cafe Corner. Adam White, Alex Gergis, of course, both teammates for the Ben Maxim team. So they head down straight as a couple of drivers get into a bit of a tangle as they exit the Stratford hairpin, but they all carry on going. No time lost. Alex Gergis really being closed in now by Adam White. Ethan Martin's already pulled that advantage. Look at the gap he's still got so far. But Adam White, what is his clean plan here? Will Adam White make the move and go through? We'll wait and see. I think if he's going to do it, it'll be this lap. Adam White, look at Fergus runs wide, and White's be side by side, and I think Adam White's going to take it round the outside. Oh, it's going to be ever so close. I'm on the fastest corners of the circuit. That nearly ended up very, very wrong for both drivers. And of course, the number one rule is you don't hit your teammate, but Alex Gergis is really squeaking in, and Lachlan Homer is taking full advantage as they head down Hanger Straight once again into Wilkins. Adam White's really just got to try and make this move now for Lachlan Homer. Best opportunity. Lachlan goes wide. Now he's got momentum. Will he find a way through on Adam White? As they come round to finish 4th lap off the race. This is very close to second place, all helping out Ethan Martin with a 2.5 second lead so far. They head round the outside for Adam White. He tries to go for the cutback. He's got the momentum. Can he get that move done? It's side-by-side action. Alex Gergis decides to let him through without a fight. And a brilliant driver, Adam White, up to second place now. White closed down Ethan Martin. The question will be answered in 3.5 minutes time. But Alex Gergis now really got to go in the defensive now. So, I got very close in on the low mat. Apologies, then broke. And Lachlan Homer nearly passing bumpers as they exited Wilkins. But Alex Gergis has got to sit on that defensive line now. He has not got the pace like Lachlan Homer. And if he doesn't defend, he is going to lose out big time. But at the moment, still looking good so far. Adam White, Alex Gergis, Lachlan Homer on your screens. They are drivers 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Ethan Martin, of course, the owner of EM Improvement, who still leads the way. Very nice pink livery is the EM Improvement start. And you'll see a couple of them dotted around the Senior Rotax and the Junior Rotax field as they head into the first 2 corners. And it's Gergis as they head into the final corner. Oh, my apologies, Stratford hairpin. Yellow flags are out. Stationary yellows in that area, so no overtaking allowed until they see the green. Alex Gergis really covering off now from a brilliant move from Richard Evans on the inside of Lachlan Homer. And Lachlan had to go to the grass, and that was ever going to happen, and he's lost out big time as he drops down the field. Lachlan Homer all the way down to 9th place. That was a horrible lap for Lachlan Homer. As a move from Ollie Wise on the inside of Richard Evans. That was a strong move. Richard Evans decides not to fight him back, just to stick behind him, wait for more opportunities to come around. Ollie Wise now chasing down Alexander Gergis again, who was held on to the 2nd place, to the 3rd place, brilliantly. 1 of 4 on the podium, still being held on by Alexander Gergis. And of course, we'll have a look at the championship standings. This might help him out quite a bit for the championship, as the battle still rages on. Ollie Wise now the next driver who's trying to find a way through. Alex Gergis, surprisingly not that far up in the championship, still has points to take. Look at Ollie Wise on the inside. That's a brilliant move, and he gets that one done. Richard Evans there as well, as yellow flags in Cafe Corner. 2 drivers off the circuit, but all seem to be okay. Alex Gergis and Richard Evans now having a little battle together. Let's have a look and see what Oliver Gibson is at the moment. Of course, he needs these points for his championship. And Oliver Gibson, there are the 2 drivers who are stranded on your screens there. Both drivers off the circuit. But let's have a little look at Oliver Gibson. Now, he's running alright for the time being. He is all the way down in 17th. So, I sort of started where he's finished. Well, it's going to be probably finishing where he started. So, still not a bad way to go. But look at It's a thing for Ethan Martin though. My apologies, both flags are out. Obviously these are for the two standard parts at that turn 2. So drivers will start to go down like this. Helped out Ethan Martin, who had a very, very dominant lead. Over 2.5 seconds he pulled. Now that comes down to 0 because Bamberg flags are out. Now I'm assuming it is for these two cars that are stranded down at turn 2. You saw them as you exit Cafe Corner. They are in a bit of a bad place, so always ideal to make sure that they can get them out of the way in case some drivers head off the circuit.
It's up on the board.
So they head round and just had a little change in the timings. This is the last lap of the race, so this will lead us to the checkered flag. Ethan Martin will take victory unless he has any mechanical issues. So this is the end. Ethan Martin will take the checkered flag. Adam White in second place and Ollie Wise in third. Alex Fergus held on to a brilliant 4th place. And there we go, checkered flag is out. Right at your top 5 was Ben Britt from Richard Evans and
oh, look at that, plane and glider in the
Guy
background.
Fraser. Chris Ockenhomer from Philip Tatum. Dan Gurney and Oliver Lomax from Daniel Kelov. Joseph Fletcher, Parser, Tams Maziv from Josh Gore, around like your top 15 drivers. A brilliant drive by Ethan Martin, who took victory in fine fashion. Of course, he still would have probably held on to that victory if it wasn't for the Battenberg. But still a good finish indeed. Now, I just saw one of the marshals taking out a spill kit. Now, I wonder if that is for one of the carts. They may have dropped a bit of coolant or water onto the circuit. So, we'll let the marshals sort that one out. Of course, big shout out to the Orange Army who do us proud all the time. Not just the Orange Army, but of course the ambulance crew that do an amazing job to make sure all these drivers are safe and get looked after. Of course, all the scrutineers do an amazing job. Everyone, even down to the guys and girls in the office, always a big shout out and a big thank you to them, because otherwise we would not be racing. And of course, Shenington that hosts one of the biggest club championships out there in the country at the moment. Shenington Super Free as well, one of the biggest events that the circuit do as well. Loads of action at Shenington, and if you are nearby, head on down. Still lovely weather out here at the moment, so if you're looking for a day out, head on down to Shenington, have a little look around. Plenty of activities, plenty of people to meet, and of course you're going to be watching some of the newest and freshest talent that has to offer. All drivers started at this circuit back in the day. Some of the biggest names you could ever think of: Lewis Hamilton, Jenson Button, Anthony Davidson, all started their careers here at Shenington. Of course, back in the day, back in the 90s, was a big era for the Shenington circuit. Really gained its popularity, and of course over the years grew more excessively and has opened up more opportunities, and has seen more drivers come through the ranks. And you know, as we said, we've got F1 stars who have gone all the way through, and of course they all start from one place. They start in karting, they start here at Shenington. And if you want to follow the footsteps of maybe your childhood hero, then find out how you can get started here at the Shenington Kart Racing Club. And of course, Shenington hosts a major range of national championships as well, from the British Championships as well. So if you want to get involved and find out how to get involved with that, feel free to head down to one of the weekends and just talk around the karting community is such an amazing community to get involved with. No one bites. No one will tell you no. Everyone is up for a chat. So
Oh yeah, sorry.
if you don't chat, you'll never know. So feel free to head on down, get talking to people, find out how you can get involved yourself. Not just as a driver, as we said, you can be a mechanic, you can be a marshal, you can be a scrutineer, you can be even work on the office, anything, anything. There's loads of opportunities out there for a way to get into karting, into motorsport as well. But just a little pause here as we get ready for our next race coming up, and it's going to be Senior X30 Heat 3.
No. That's yeah, but where that's only giving me options of clean feed, blah de blah. Alright, okay. Would it be status text? Yeah, it has done that. But yeah, I'm just wondering whether I pressed another button somewhere, because I've not been in the menus and done that. So there must be another. No, yeah, I haven't though. It's a Fujinon.
So X30 seniors are about to take their third heat of the day as they head out onto the circuit. It's going to be Bailey Brooker who starts from pole, with Jake Brook and Katie Ashman for Sasha Bagley and Dylan Masters, from Jaden Gregg, Reese Barber, Lucas Armstrong and Natalie DeBeck, from Lauren Dunleavy, from George Hopcraft, Ben Cowley from Alvin Chu, Jasmine Taylor and Alfie Gallagher from John Seward, Max Cooper, Andrew Platt, Daniel Samir, Leah Robertson, who starts all the way down in 20th place from Peter Gurevich, and Jack Monkow. Of course, Leah Robertson leads the championship, so he needs to find all the margins to put himself back into a strong contention for victory. Now, I don't think we'll go racing this first trial action. No, we're going to go around once again. That didn't look the most fired up. That needs to be required to carry on and get green racing, but gives a chance for the drivers to have another formation lap, another chance to warm up their tyres and check if the steering wheel's working, as they're doing right now, as they head through the Bruno chicane, and they'll line up once again, and we'll see if we can get going for the second time asking. Leah Robertson leads the championship with Sam Branston in second place. Alfie Gallagher rounding out your top three in the championship. So at the moment it seems to be a pure domination from Leah Robertson, who's over 170 points in front of the championship. That's of course the total of all the rounds, but the total to count, it's only a 20-point deficit, so we'll see how they get on a bit further on in the championship. But it's lights out, and away we go down into turn one, and Katie Ashman's trying to have a look for the lead of the race. It's going to be close to the Tim Wilson Motorsport car and the Veloce car, but they're going to run side by side. Katie Ashman's still trying to have a go, but it's all not worked out in the end. What the Veloce cart's nearly go, oh, jumping over. Katie Ashman's been put into a spin, and a big pile up down at the Stratford Hairpin. About 6 or 7 cars in that pile up, but I think they've all managed to get themselves going again. Now, who leads the way then as they head down into Wilkins? Is that Jaden Gregg trying to go for the lead of the race? 3 points left, another 34. As they head down, start finish race. This starts the race, the lead of the race. Jonathan Brooks on his return back to karting. It's been over 2 to 3 years, and he's back into the Libra race, but yellow flags are out at the moment, so he can't overtake just yet. Well, the person behind can't overtake him. That person behind, Dylan Masters, as of course drivers off there, so they have got to be quite careful to avoid the stricken carts. But into third, George Hopcraft. So George Hopcraft from 11th on the grid up to third, and I say that up to second now. Issues for the 67, and that has brought George Hopcraft up into second place as they come round to finish the second lap of the race. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Plus the additional lap. Jaden Gregg now under pressure for the lead of the race. George Hopcraft there in second place, but is looking for a lead, but he can't make the move because there's a yellow flag sector. He will have to stick behind. Now, it could be an opportunity for Jaden Gregg to back him up into some of the drivers. Of course, there is the green flag, but once he crosses the marshal post, that's when they can go racing once again. So George Hopcraft trying to have another sniff of victory like he did in the heat previously. Can he make this one? Can he get it done? Into Wilkins. Have a look on the inside. George Hopcraft to the inside. Jaden Gregg, of course, had a lot of experience around here in the cadet and junior categories. Not much been racing here in the seniors. One of his first weekends here in the senior category, but seems to be looking alright for the time being. Jaden Gregg getting the head down on the brakes, and Lucas Armstrong up into third place. A big loser in all out was Katie Ashman, who's down to 15th place. But closing in on Lucas Armstrong, that is the championship leader, Leo Robinson, who's trying to find lost ground. Leo Robinson, who started all the way down in 20th, all the way up to 4th place. What a drive from Mr. Leo Robinson. And, well, this isn't saying anything about Leo Robinson, the championship leader, and I don't know what moves. This is why he is going on to hopefully take a championship at the end of this year. Will he be able to get it? I mean, this will help him out. He'll make the move on the inside of Jaden Gregg. Jaden Gregg losing out big time. Losing out 3 spots in just the one corner. Lucas Armstrong, Leo Robinson, and Dylan Masters all getting by. Oh, I helped out George Hopcraft in all of this. He still leads the way. Robinson to second place on the inside. Lucas Armstrong, a nice and smooth move to gain the second place. Now the question is, will he be able to close down the lead driver? That is George Hopcraft. We know Leo Robinson has the pace. The fastest driver out on circuit at the moment is actually Daniel Samir, doing a 42.3. Of course, Robinson has been battling, and the battles are going to continue because on the inside goes Dylan Masters. That's the second place. Robinson's going to try and fight back into the Brugner chicane. Can he get the move done? He's going to stick behind, wait for another opportunity. He's going to head down the hanger straight, get the slipstream effect. Slipstream gets really, really big as you come through hanger corner. It's going to be another look to the inside. Wilkins, that's a late move. Robinson to the inside. Couldn't get a move done. And there's the opportunity for Lucas Armstrong. Now has the inside for corner 1. He gets a move done. Anthony Gallagher's now there for a bit of the action. Into every corner, right on the tail now. And Lucas Armstrong is now Dylan Masters' opportunity to try and pull away, but I think Armstrong's got better ideas. Goes to the inside. Chatford hairpin. Masters on the cutback. Gets that move back as they head into Bruno chicane. After Gallagher, oh, that's a late move from Lucas Armstrong. Managed to keep it going. Armstrong now thinking about the defensive line, and he will definitely have to be defensive as they head into Wilkins. Watch a driver trying to find a way from the outside. He's left the door open for Leo Robinson. After Gallagher's trying to come through as well. This battle is raging for second place. All helping out George Hopcraft for the way in the lead of the race. Leo Robinson back into second place. He needs to now pull this gap before Armstrong has a look on the inside. Once again, he's going for the move again. Do they not think of the bigger picture? Lucas Armstrong needs to have a long think about this. Can he carry on doing this? Does he want the lead of this race? If it was in the final, it'd probably be a different question. But trying to hold on to that second place, he's going to carry on making moves like that. Leo Robinson trying to think of what the best situation is. That's the best way to get past it. It's going to be turn one again, but look at Armstrong. Round the outside, never mind, he gets the move done. Robertson into second place. Now is his opportunity to pull away, or is it? Because is Armstrong going to send one back on the inside? Yes, he is. Robertson's got the defending it. Oh, is he? Robertson goes later on the break, tries to defend it. Armstrong now through, and could it be Arthur Gallagher as well, trying to make their way through? This is amazing racing. Here at Shenington, Gallagher now on the outside line, gets overtaken once again by Dylan Masters. Armstrong with the head down, Robertson trying to close in. Robertson has the pace, but Armstrong has the back and is not giving up this fight, no matter how long it takes. Issues for the 81, who puts his hand up. And the 81 heads into pit lane. That was Jack Monkhouse, who was already up in 7th place. Big shame for Jack Monkhouse, who will be heading into a retirement. Now, the battle for second seems to have calmed down just a tad, but it's definitely going to start to ramp up once again. This is the penultimate lap of the race, so we've only got one more lap left of racing into the final corner. Lee Robinson, when he goes for the move, no he doesn't. Lee Robinson trying to wait for a better opportunity, but this is the man we need to watch at the moment. George Hopcraft is going to make it another heat win if he can hold on for just one more lap. That Jade Racing car is absolutely on the limit. This race, of course, using all of that strength as a battle for second place still on, and it's going to be close to see who will take it. But at the front, George Hopcraft is going to put himself in the best position possible for a victory in the final. He's going to be right at the front of the field, and don't count him out. Checker flag goes out for George Hopcraft, who wins in 5 trials. Armstrong is in second place, from Lee Robertson in third. Drillvik all the way up to 4th place at 17 spots, and 21st on the grid. Alfie Gallagher from 15th to 5th. That's Dylan Masters from Daniel Samir with the fastest lap of the race. Jaden Gregg from Alvin Chu and Ken Cowley rounds out your top 10 from Jasmine Taylor and Katie Ashman from Sasha Bagley and John Stewart. Lauren Dunleavy from Reese Barber, Andrew Platt, Jack Monkhouse, who had to go into the pits, and the rest of your retirees involve Max Cooper, Bailey Brooker, Jake Brook, and Natalie Tebeck, who rounds out your field of drivers. There are a few of the drivers who are getting their carts back onto the trolleys and taken back. Of course, that's where we lost Natalie Tebeck, Brook, and Brooker. So they will take the long walk back to the paddock. And whilst they head back, we'll take just a minute to get ready for our next race, which will be the IRA Waterford Restricted and the Honda Cadet 200. This is the first final of the weekend, and let's get this show on the road. It's time to get ready for our first final of the weekend, and it is the Waterford Restricted and the Honda Cadet 200. It's going to be Freddie Baker, who we're definitely not surprised about, who will take the start from pole, from Darcy Dunford and Theo Tyack, Arthur Bowers and Benjamin Sudwa, Arthur Kilfenter from Felix Brock and Travis Giddens and Lewis Wilson, Riley Aston Williams from Henry Hales, Jennifer Banks, and it's Luke McGill who starts pole in the Honda 200 from Ben Bowers, Nikita Roberts, Oliver Vickers, Chris Doshi, Kai Suri, Felix Sheldon Hayward, rounds out your field of drivers. So basically, it's very difficult race to lose, but it's going to be a hard race. It's 8 minutes plus a lap for these finals. Will Freddie Baker take victory? There's only one way to find out, and we'll find out in 8 minutes' time. Looks like on the first leader, Freddie in second place. Darcy Dunford going round with a spin. and that will definitely send them down the field in the worst possible fashion. Freddie Baker still leads the way from, it looks like might have been Travis Giddings up into second place. We'll see as they head round to finish the first lap of the race as they head through Bruno chicane. But that was a horrible start for Darcy Dunford, who tried to go round the outside at turn 1, making contact with Freddie Baker, putting herself into a spin as they come round to finish the first lap. And I think, driving second, is that Benjamin Silver? That's Benjamin Silver, who followed it all the way down in 5th place, up to 2nd place at the very start. The number 30 there in 3rd place, that's of course Thea Tyack. But this could be something to watch out for. That green car, that green and black car for the SFR Motorsport team, watch out for him against the XL Motorsport Freddie Baker. The lead at the moment is Luke McGill in the Honda 200s. Ben Bowers up to 2nd place, Nikita Roberts in 3rd. Interesting to see Arthur Bowers so far down the field. Still has a bit of work to do, but unfortunately won't be up there for a podium contention for the time being. 6.5 minutes left to go on the clock, plus the additional lap. Freddie Baker takes another fastest lap. How does that compare to Benjamin? Benjamin's only 3 tenths off, but with the slipstream can still keep with Freddie Baker. Now, I just saw Darcy Dunford, currently in 8th place, has got the opportunity to make up places. Has just got to try and pick them off one by one, but of course in a bit of battle now with Travis Giddings, it looked like, or it could have been Oliver Kilfenter. But the lead battle, Freddie Baker has not got this one easy. The number 6 is there to take this when the opportunity comes around. What will Benjamin do? Will he sit there and wait, or will he go early? You would think he would want to sit there, because if he goes for the lead, that got very close. The number 6 nearly making contact with Freddie Baker. Now Benjamin has the pace, has the fastest lap of the race as well. He's just got to find a way through, and this could be the moment at Stratford Hampton. For the first time this race, Benjamin leads the way, but Baker on the cutback is trying to take that place back, and he does. Freddie Baker back to the lead of the race, but Benjamin Silva had a moment in the lead there. He knows he's got the pace, he has the pace to win this race. But both drivers are stipulating to each other, saying we need to work together now to get away from the man in 3rd, Theo Tyack. This is their opportunity to exchange that gap. Freddie Baker back into the lead of the race, but has to really work for that lead. This is the most pressure he's been under all weekend long. And of course for the championship, this would help Freddie Baker out as they head down into Bruno chicane. Of course Theo Tyack will be happy with this one. He leads the championship, but is 3rd at the moment in this race. Brilliant points for him. Darcy Dunford in 4th place in the championship. There she is on your screen, the pink helmet, as the 2 battles go on a bit further down the field. But Freddie Baker, of course, not really in the championship, only did the first round of the championship. Back to do a bit more a bit later on in the season. But Lee Chase, we forgot about this. Benjamin back into the lead of the race. Benjamin Silver back to the lead. What is Freddie Baker going to do here? Now, for the time being, stick behind and waits for the opportunity to come around again. I think Freddie Baker knows more about the long game here. The long-term plan is to stick behind and follow Benjamin with 3 minutes left to go on the clock, plus the additional laps. So we've got a fair few laps left of racing here at Shenington. There is Darcy Dunford on your screens. A great battle going on between Oliver Kilfenter and one of the other drivers. That looks like Travis Giddings a bit further behind, but Benjamin is on the defensive line now against Freddie Baker. Ben has got to defend this. because Freddie, with that slipstream, won't leave him alone. This race is going to come down to the very end. Freddie Baker on the cutback. Can he get this one down? The British guys are going to be side by side. Benjamin closing up the space. The SFR versus the XL. Benjamin staying there. But look at Freddie Baker trying to go round the outside. Has he got the momentum? This is going to take some big balls to go round the outside. Up Hanger and into Wilkins. It's going to be very close. But will Freddie Baker do it? No. He's going to sit behind and wait for another opportunity. Or is he? Because on the cutback down into turn 1. This could be another overtaking opportunity. 2 minutes left to go. Look at the additional lap. And these finals are going to be so exciting. It's only the first final of the weekend. We've still got plenty of more action left to go. But Benjamin Silver, will he be able to hold on for just a few more laps on the defensive? I think he's defended a bit too much. That's going to let the opportunity. Freddie Baker back on the inside. He's got straight through back into the lead of the race, down into the British chicane once again. This is exciting stuff here, and of course that's going to help out Theo Tyak in that third spot, who will be able to try and close in. What will Benjamin do now? Will he go to the inside at Wilkins? He has a look. He's going to go for it a bit too far back. Thinks very off it. That was very, very smart thinking from Benjamin. Of course, these drivers in the cadet group, 8 to 11 years old. These are some of the youngest drivers we'll see here this weekend. As the timer keeps ticking down, Benjamin has really got to close this gap in now. If he wants any opportunity of a victory in the Honda 200, still Luke McGould that leads the way with Keita Roberts in second place. Then Bowers round out your top 3. But at the front, Freddie Baker still leads. But of course, Benjamin Silver, fastest man out on circuit. We're heading to Stratford Hairpin. Benjamin slowly closing in now. And the time's looking very good for Benjamin. So the earlier part of this race was very confident. Of course, losing the lead, but has still got the opportunity to clinch it back. Just have to put the laps in now. Keep closing that gap down. He only needs to be a couple car lengths behind to make that move. And with the slipstream effect, this is going to be a close one at the front of this race. The Watership Instinctive Inter is going to come down to the final lap. Here we go, the lead check. Will Benjamin take this one on the inside? Yes, he does. And we head on to the final lap of this race. Freddie Baker versus Benjamin Silver. Who will take it? It's a 1v1 to the very end as they head through Cafe Corner. Freddie Baker has the pace. Benjamin knows how to defend it. Who will take it? It's going to come down to the very, very end. Could it be the first win for Freddie Baker at Shenington this season? We're only one way to find out. Freddie Baker trying to go for the cutback. Can't get it done. Benjamin covers off once again into British chicane. Now, Freddie's going to have to get the best run he's ever had all weekend long. Has he got the momentum to go for it at the final corner? Took on the slipstream. It looks so good for Benjamin, but he's going to hold on for one more corner. Baker's going to go wide to open up the corner. Keep the speed going. And it's going to come down to a drag race at the end of the line. Who's going to take it? It's Benjamin Silver by a small margin off only a 10th of a second. Benjamin Silver takes victory here at the Autumn Blaze weekend, here at the 8th round of the Shenington Kart Club Championship. Freddie Baker in second place from Theo Tyak, who ran it at your top 3, from Lewis Wilson and Darcy Dunford, from Felix Brucker and Riley Aston Will, Oliver Kilfenter and Henry Hales from Arthur Bowers, and in the Honda 200 it was Luke McGill who took victory from Ben Bowers, and a novice on the podium of Felix Sheldon, Oliver Vickers and Nikita Roberts from Chris Doshi. And it was Jennifer Banks and Kai Suri who we lost in the race. What a start to the finals we've had here at Shenington. Round 8 of the Club Championship, and our first victors have gone to Luke McGool and Benjamin Silva. Now the second final is heading out on circuit, and it's the 54 KZs. Now we'll have a look at how they line up in just a moment. This is going to be one hell of a race to the very end. Charlie Cole will start from pole with Oliver Stewart alongside from Jake Weston and Derek Morgan, from Dan McCune and Isaac Smith, from Jessica Edgar and Lee Ward, from Reese Duffy, Ellis Borgia, Tyler Harris, Craig Mays, from Joe Charlton, Ralph Miller and Ben McLeod, Darrell Henderson, Alan Kenyon, Ryan Garvey, Greg Moore, Harry Walsh, Miles Murphy, Alex McKay and Tom Taylor. Rounds out your field of drivers. This is going to come down to the very, very end. Drivers to watch out for Miles Murphy, all the way down to 20th. Darrell Henderson, high for the championship, he's in 15th. Joel Charlton, one to watch out for, but anyone in these top 15 has a good opportunity of taking victory. So we'll let the drivers do their formation lap. I'm going to have a quick breather, and we're back in just a moment for the Super 4 KZ final. So as drivers start to head down Hanger Straight, and this is the last opportunities now for the drivers to make sure their gearboxes are all fine. You're going up and down the gears just to make sure every gear runs smoothly. And of course, when they line up on the grid, make sure that you get that clutch bite point just right. So the main battle, it's a 2 Jade Racing Kart. Charlie Cole, a Shenington expert, it has to be said, has won rounds here before against Ollie Stewart, of course, British champion here, and of course Oliver Stewart taking one podium so far this year. Charlie Cole with the 2 podiums, so plenty of action left in this championship. Darrell Henderson is a driver who needs to pick up the pace, and right down where we go. Takes the lead in a very, very dominant form. Derek Morgan to the lead of the race off the start, and that was from 4th on the grid all the way to the lead. Superb stuff from Derek Morgan as we head into Stratford Hairpin. Charlie Cole in 2nd place from Oliver Stewart, who rounds out your top 3 cars going up into the grass mound, and that looks like one of these Sodi cars. We'll find out who that is. So there is the green flag, so from this point now they can carry on racing through Bruno Chicane, down Hangerson, through Bruno Chicane, down Hanger Straight. Jack Morgan throwing the car around, Charlie Cole trying to find a way through, trying to get that move done, but they all come short as they head into Wilkins, down into Park Quarter. Then look at him for 2nd place. Over here. Oliver Stewart making contact. Charlie Cole drops all the way down to the back of the field. Might even be out of the race. He's trying to push the car to get it going. Can he get that car going? Yes, he does. Just off a commentary box. Charlie Cole, who was there in 2nd place, now down at the bottom of the field. Now, that is really unfortunate for Charlie Cole, but has opened up the opportunity now for Dan McCune up into 3rd place. We always thought that was going to come, but we did not think that was going to happen. The number one thing you never do with your teammate is hit your teammate. That's exactly what Oliver Stewart did. Now on the tail of Derek Morgan. Of course, these are all the official results. All the official results can be found on Alpha Timing after the race. These are the unofficial results. Of course, post-race penalties can come into play. Yellow flag still out at Stratford Hairpin. Of course, nose cone penalty is a big talking point as well. So really anything can happen in these final results, but we're going to just see them provisionally. Provisionally, it looks like Derek Morgan has a great opportunity for this win. But I've got to cover off from the British champion, Oliver Stewart. Does everyone have a seat? But of course, the man who, by championship rights, is one of the fastest drivers out there in the country. The man being Oliver Stewart. Oliver Stewart, who had a successful Formula career all the way up to GD3 before he had some financial issues, came back to karting, but still a very dominant car as the yellow flags up. And I think it's a bit further look down, very close there between Jack Morgan and Oliver Stewart. But the driver out of the race, Ralph Youngling, who was in contention for victory, as another driver pulls off. That's Jessica Edgar, just at the camper spot. Bruno Chicane, Jessica Edgar, who was 6th and just the fastest lap of the race. Off the circuit as well, so the main characters in this race are jumping like flies. But up at the front, Oliver Stewart trying to find a way through. Back to third going on. Dan McCune and Jake Weston were side by side. Of course, yellow flag, so no overtaking. And McCune gets that spot back. But Jake Weston will be right on his tail, trying to find a way through. But this race is fast mode. We've got 5.5 minutes left to go in this race, plus that additional lap. We've got plenty of time as they head down into Wilkins once again. Morgan defending brilliantly from Oliver Stewart. Stewart cannot find a way through for the time being. He's going to that's a 4-minute move and a big manoeuvre. Oliver Stewart takes the lead of the race in fine fashion. The British champion back into the lead of the race as they head down to Stratford Hairpin. Really hold the brakes, smashing down the gears, get the kart turned, pick up that power, get up the gears as they head down to Stratford Hairpin. This is going to be very close. Derek Morgan, can he find that pace? As Miles Murphy's trying to make some moves. Miles Murphy from 21st on the grid up to 8th. What a drive from Miles Murphy. Who, of course, has the fastest lap of the race as well. Down, start, finish another lap of the race. Of course, these cases have been so physical. This race was really torn out, these drivers. A very physical track to drive as well. As they head onto the brakes, Derek Morgan, you can see a lot better on the brakes than Oliver Stewart. But Stewart better as they exit the corners into Bruno Chicane. Weston in third place. Now then, Weston's having a look for second place here. Right on the tail now, Derek Morgan. What? Derek Morgan really losing the pace against Oliver Stewart. Question is, will they work together? Do Jake Weston just think that there's an opportunity waiting, and if he wants to take the lead of this race, he's going to make a move nice and early to chase down Stewart. But the pack has not opened up. It's only 7/10 of a second between Morgan and Stewart. This race is far from over. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, plus the additional lap. This is going to come down to the wire as the sun starts to set. It's the 8th round of the club championship, and we're going down to the final lap here in the 64 KJ category. If you've only just joined us, where have you been? There has been so much action going on, and there's a warning flag out for one of the drivers. The warning flag going out to Ellis Borgia, the number 58, as Weston had a look for second place. Couldn't get that move done. Oliver Stewart now. The gap is 1.3 seconds. He is extending that gap. Could this be the laps that settle victory for Oliver Stewart? We'll have to wait till the very end to see if that myth comes true. Miles Murphy, you saw on your screens there, making some moves on that bright yellow car. The driver for Demon Tweaks. And I'll tell you, you'll know the Demon Tweaks name quite well. So you go buy all your accessories needed to go racing, your helmet, your boots and everything. That is essential to go racing. Of course, Miles Murphy, who built up a really good relationship with the Demon Tweaks team over the years, and a lot of work from in the past as well. Miles Murphy, they're in 7th place now. Fastest lap of the race, 44.8 seconds. Times are closing down, but the gap to Oliver Stewart is increasing. Derek Morgan has not had the pace like I thought he would. He's been really struggling. He had to really defend that lead spot. Jake Weston, I think, just sitting back and waiting for those last few laps to go for it once again. And try and leave it all on the table to the very end. But if Oliver Stewart does not make any mistakes, this could be a very dominant victory for him as they head into Shapford Hairpin. And what a result it would be for Oliver Stewart, the man who has only taken a podium here this year. This would be his first victory of the season as they head into Shapford Hairpin. Of course, still a shame for Charlie Cole. Let's see where Charlie Cole is on our screens. Miles Murphy trying to go for a move on the inside. That looks very tasty, and they make bumper. They're rubbing the bumpers. Miles Murphy getting shoved wide by one of the guys. I think that might have been Alan Kenyon or Ellis Berger. I think that might have been Ellis Berger who was having a brilliant tangle with. Great to see Ellis out back in the KZ. Last year was very dominant around here, and a few of the other tracks. British champs as well. Miles Murphy giving a tap on the back of Ellis Berger, puts him into a spin. Ellis Berger out of the race, and that is not ideal for the end of this race. Ellis Berger dropping down the field after that tap from Miles Murphy. Battle for second though. Look at Jake Weston here. Look at Jake Weston, he's right on the tail now. Derek Morgan had to really defend into Stratford Hairpin, and he head down the Bruno chicane. Well, Derek Morgan, he needs to watch out here. He can't defend too much because that will slow him down. I think he's realised the victory is gone. He just needs to hold on to this final position, because there is no way that Oliver Stewart can be caught carrying a lap time. Oliver Stewart, that's how I took the fastest lap of the race, just because why not? 44.54, 2/10 of a second faster than Derek Morgan as we head on to the final lap of the race. This is the battle up at the front, but the leader on your screen, Oliver Stewart, the British champion from this year, who did that amazing overtaking, fine fashion. Of course, these are the provisional results, but on the road, it looks like a dominant victory from the man who's only taken one podium here so far this season. Well, now into its first victory. Oh, good, big victory! Obviously, Shenington comes out, Shenington is very tight for second place, and Jake Weston gets for the victory. Unbelievable! Jake Weston by 200 of a second. They're second place. That was the better third from Miles Murphy, and a brilliant drive from Alan Kenyon from 70 from the grid. The fifth, Miles Murphy from 23rd up to 4th, has to be one of the drives of the day. Dan McCune from Isaac Smith, and it was Greg Moore from 90 from the grid up to 8th. Free stuff tonight. Tyler Harris rounds out your top 10 from Craig Mays, Ben McLeod, Ryan Garvey, and Joe Charlton. And Charlie Cole managed to get back up to 15th, but a day of what it could have been for Charlie Cole. Had such a good opportunity for victory, but unfortunately got into a bit of a tangle with his teammate. And of course, his teammate who took victory in the very end. So there may be some questions in the awning after the race, but provisionally, Oliver Stewart takes victory in fine fashion. Well, that took everything to the final laps in what seems to feel like long finals, but really goes in the quick as it can be. As the next finals head out onto circuit, it's green flags out on circuit from the Orange Army, and we're getting ready for our next race, which is the Watersmith Inters. It is going to be an exciting one indeed. Mason Hibbert seems to be the one dominant so far this weekend. Starts from pole from Charlie Clough and Ethan Owen, from Harry Vale and William Haynes. Alessandro Salas from Harry Chapman, Seth Angus, William Bennett, Philip Passeroot, Hugh Williamson, Ruben Sago, Ethan Lucas, Harry Davidson, Ayrton Limit Evans, Ronnie Faulkner, Cody Vertigan, and Harry Whitehouse. I know you feel the drivers. To me, it seems like anyone in the top 10 has a good chance of taking victory. That Mason Hibbert seems to be the man who is in best contention. We get racing for the first time after now in Hibbert on the inside takes the lead of the race as they head through Cafe Corner. All seems fine as they head through the first few laps, especially corners. My apologies. Mason Hibbert still leads the way. Second place for one of the XL Motorsport drivers, Harry Chapman, up into third. I think it was like Charlie Clough who got to second at the start. Mason Hibbert hasn't pulled away just for the time being. Has got Hibbert there for the championship. Alessandro Salas will be looking at a good result. He leads the championship as they head into Wilkins for the first time of asking. Mason Hibbert reaches the lead. Mason Hibbert reaches the lead. And Charlie Clough, after the first lap, takes the lead of the race. Mason Hibbert drops down to second place. And it's the big 1v1 that has happened all year long in the British Championships between Fusion Motorsport and XL Motorsport. This is it. In the final, when it matters most, Mason Hibbert has found something that has brought him to the top. But Charlie Clough has got his work cut out for him. He has got some of the strongest talent here in the Water Swift Inter. Of course, Mason Hibbert, who we saw take victories in the heats earlier on today. Harry Chapman in third. He'll be trying to close in on these two. But I think the plan at the moment is just to stick behind each other and follow each other along as they head down into Stratford Hairpin. Look at Hibbert to the inside. Could this be a move for the lead? Yes, it is. Clough's going to try and go on the cutback. No, he doesn't. Doesn't have the momentum to go for the cutback. We'll stick behind Hibbert as they head into the Bruno chicane. Now a bit further on for third. Still going on. Harry Chapman dropped down to fifth on that lap. Brought in Alessandro Salas, it seems, and one of the XL Motorsport drivers as well. Down into Wilkins once again. Harry Chapman covering off for fifth place, but still at the front. Mason Hibbert versus Charlie Clough. Hibbert back into the lead of the race on that last lap. So drivers swapping and changing as the sun definitely starts to set here at Shenington. First place in the hands of Ethan Owen, who is one of the XL Motorsport drivers. Now this could be really good actually for Charlie Clough if Ethan can close in. Always great to have a teammate beside you. Alessandro Salas, that's the lead championship, and this would be a good result for him. P4, but he's also going to be trying to work on getting a few more spots as they head through the first couple of corners. Hibbert leads the way, and the gap is closing in between second and third. And if it does keep closing in, Ethan Owen could have a real opportunity for victory here. Harry Chapman on the inside gets past driver in fifth. That was, of course, William Haynes. As they come through down into Wilkins. Harry Chapman. You would think he's one of the fastest guys out on circuit. Actually, is Alessandro Salas down in seventh place. So you see that red helmet that was in the middle of that pack. He is the man to watch for the championship. He leads with a strong margin. Philip Passeroot in second place, and William Haynes rounding out your top three. but we'll focus on the championship a bit later on. But still at the moment, still is Mason Hibbert who leads the way. But look at this battle for third place going on. Ethan Owen still leads this battle, but Harry Chapman is right there in fourth. Now they are starting to close in on the back marker. This could be interesting for the final result on the break into Wilkins once again. Hibbert drops back to second place now because Charlie Cole up into the lead. 3 minutes on the clock, still without additional laps. Plenty of action left to come when the 1v1 between the XR Motorsport and the Fusion Motorsport drivers. Mason Hibbert, will he go for a move for the lead? No, he doesn't. Thinks better of it. Sticks behind for the time being. This is going to help him out in the later stages of the race. Of course, Ethan Owen there in third place. Both drivers looking their heads down, trying to get every bit out of the car. Mason Hibbert, and it looked like Charlie Cole there going a bit defensive. Hibbert opens up the corner. Could be a move at turn one. We'll wait and see. He's sticking the head down once again into Park Corner and into Cafe. There is the back mark on your screens. He will receive the blue flag in just a moment's time, and he should be moved to the side. There is the blue flag on your screen, so he should be saying to the side of the circuit to let these two go through. The driver does a very good job of that. Well done to that driver. And hasn't slowed down the rest of this pack, which is always great to see. The 1v1 still continues then. Ethan Owen still there in third place. But the battle for the lead at the front is going to come down once again to the very end. The question is, when will it stop kick off? Because they don't want to kick it off too early, otherwise the rest of the pack will come in to take the scraps. I say that, the battle for fourth still raging on. Hibbert now looking for the lead of the race, out on the inside with 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go. Hibbert tries to take the lead, but look at Kyle on the cut back. Can he get that move done into British? Can he going to say side by side? The Fusion driver sticks to the inside, keeps the lead, but Kyle's going to try and get the run down to High Straight. They're going to be side by side. Who's going to take it? That was very smart thinking from Charlie Close, who decides to back out and wait for another opportunity. They come round and down the start finish straight again. The 51 versus the 8, but the 8 now leads. Mason Hibbert for the Fusion team. It's the orange and blue versus the white and blue to the very end. This is it. Hibbert, does he decide to defend? No, that could have lost him a bit of time because Carl had a look to the lead. Look, he can get that one done. Battle for third going on. That's Harry Chapman on the inside of Ethan Owen, and I think he may have got that one done. No, he doesn't. Harry Chapman drops back to fourth place, but this lead battle, it's going to get close. Will they get another lap left of racing? As he heads down to Wilkins, Charlie Cole had a look. Wasn't enough. Will they get another lap left of racing? Let's have a little look. I don't think they will. This is the last lap. This is the last lap of the race. Mason Hibbert then leads the way as they head through Cafe Corner. This is it. The XL driver needs to throw everything at it now. Charlie Cole, will he go to the inside? No, he's going to try and go to the outside. Get the cutback manoeuvre. Does Mason Hibbert closed off enough? No, he hasn't. Charlie Cole's going to go to the inside. Side by side action as he heads to the British again. So close, but they managed to keep it both going on the tarmac. Look at Charlie Cole trying to go on the inside again. Up to the concrete. Charlie Close throws his hands in the air, saying, what on earth is that? Leads the race in the final corner. It's me, victory in Charlie from Mason Hibbert, who will be very disappointed with that second place. Harry Chapman rounds out your top three from Seth Angus and Ethan Owen. Alessandro Salas from William Harry Saville from Philip Patteray, William Bennett from Hugo Williamson, Ethan Lucas and Ronnie Fortner from Ruben Sargo, Ayrton Limmer Evans from Cody Vertigan, Harry Davis, and Harry Whitehouse, who runs up your field of drivers. What an exhilarating race we had there that went to the very, very end. And as one of the cadet races finishes, time for Junior Rotax time here at Shenington. And we'll try and run through the grid as best as we can. Junior Rotax, and the grid is looking set by Blake Southern, who looks to be starting from pole. It's a Jack Detz 1-2 with Jensen Powers there in second place. Tony Williams from Drew Prenster, Alison Bishop from Toby Junior from Max Greaterex, Jack Dimbleby, Sam Flynn, Ethan Cousins rounds out your top 10, and we'll try and pick through the rest of the drivers as they go throughout the race. Of course, drivers who need to be really consistent in this one. William Webb, Riley Factor, the two at the front. Blake Southern is going to try and take another victory. Are we like start for the first time? Yes, we do. Down into turn one. Blake Southern's got the best start on the inside line. Powers trying to go to second place. Already on second place. William Webb. That is not for the championship. No, he's put out Stanley Williams, the 84. Super unfortunate for Jensen Powers. But the 84, Stanley Williams, who's 6th in the championship at the moment, losing out big times, back to 3rd place going on. House Bishop's going to try to go right the outside into 3rd place. Henry Battles into 2nd place. It's having a superb start as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Wilkins for the first time. What are they going to get through unscathed? The one driver who can take to the grass. Well, it's Blake Southern who leads at number 50. Gets a under investigation flag. It's Drew Prenster from 4th on the grid up to 2nd place. And Harrison Bishop in 3rd. My apologies, William Webb from 11th on the grid up to 4th place at the start. This will definitely help out his championship. Of course, his teammate Stanley Williams not having the best of luck on that first lap. And of course, Blake Stevens lost his pal in Jensen Powers, who's dropped all the way down the field. There is Harrison Bishop on your screen. Closely followed by William Webb and Jack Dimbleby in that black and yellow with a little green on the helmet. Some moves being made going into turn one. Sampling got past one of the DJR carts that looked like it may have been Ryan Gill as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Brilliant start by Blake Southern, who's trying to take his 2nd victory of the season, but look at this from Drew Prenster, slowly closing in now on Blake Southern. In fact, he's right on the tail now of Southern. This could be an interesting one when it comes to the last stages of this race. When will Prenster goes for the move if he's got momentum? We'll have a look at the times. Is Prenster faster? Yes, by 1/10 of a second. Prenster is faster than Southern. Ryan Gill has the fastest lap of the race. He's got a 43.3. The number 15 is out of the race. A bit further down. That is Mohammed Adam. As they come through British Kane, down Henry Straight, down into Wilkins, one of the hardest braking zones on the circuit. Always a hard one to get right. Or finally down a station. Very easy to leave the back end of the car, especially through the first sector as well. Trying to keep that minimum speed up. But still Blake Southern that leads the way. 2nd place, Drew Prenster. Now Prenster, who really isn't in the championship much. All the way down, so hasn't really got much to worry about. On the other hand, Blake Southern has got to think about the championship here. He is 3rd in the championship. He's only really 4 points off the lead. So at the moment, counting up the points, Blake Southern could lead this weekend as championship leader. It would be that or very close between William Webb. William Webb's currently in 3rd place. Let's see if we can work this out. The third place would be 50 points. Leader, if Clayton were to take the victory, would be 56 points. So, if the points went as they were, that would be Blake Southern into the lead of the championship. This would really excel to come through some back markers. This could be the best opportunity for Blake Southern now. He's just got to hold on for the rest of this race. This could put him into the championship lead at the end of this weekend. What a place to be. Oh, that was very close to one of the back markers and one of the drivers up at the front end, and he's throwing a hand saying, what on earth are you playing at? That was... Looked like Daniel Versalves. As a driver off after as he came. Is that Sam Flynn? He's gone for the spin. Sam Flynn, who was all the way in 8th place, seems to be stranded as 3 flags around circuit. Sam Flynn, yes it is. Sam Flynn out, well not out of the race, but to the very back of the field. There he is on the back of the shot. He will not be happy with that result. But still at the front of the field, Blake Southern leading the way, and of course, as you said, if he finishes like this, this will put him into the lead of the championship at the end of this race. William Webb would drop to 2nd place. Of course, Drew Bannister not really in the battle here for the championship, so hasn't got to worry about that. Alton Bishop, 4th place, is doing well. Of course, we'll talk about the championship again. William Webb, at the moment, the total points to count on 216 points. Comparing out to Riley Thatcher, 212 points, Blake Southern 211 points. Riley Thatcher not having the best weekend so far. I believe you can see where Riley Thatcher is. Riley Thatcher doesn't even seem to be here this weekend, so this may be a round to drop for Riley Thatcher. He comes through an chicane down the hanging straight and then to Wilkins once again. This is a bit further back on the screen. That's going to be Jack's racing car, and this looks like the battle for 8th place in behind Daniel Vizamalskis, Matthew Stowe in that battle. Matthew Stowe being that Jack's X racing car. As we come on to the brakes, look at the move. That could be about the move for Daniel on the inside of Finley Hines. I think he's got that done. As they come down Hanger Shade. This is a brilliant pass with screens here. Of course, this is the 8th place. So, as I said, moves going on throughout the field. But up at the front, looks like William Webb got to 2nd place on that last lap. Drops Bannister down to 3rd. Easily unlocked the podium spot for Ryan Gill if he can get up and pass Prisoner. This is the man at the moment though. Blake Southern, 20 seconds plus a lap left to go. This needs to be some of the most targeted of the weekend for the number 30. Blake Southern around the final corner, picking up the speed now. You have to say, Blake Southern's really come alive this year. No! 1 second as he crossed the line. He's got to another lap. Oh, that's a big shame for Blake Southern, who was probably trying to get this race done ASAP. Of course, Blake probably won't know much about the championship standings as it stands, but through my calculations, this would be a lead change in the championship for Blake Southern. If Blake can hold on to this man in 2nd place. For saying that, we'll have a little look again, of course. Now William Webb's into 2nd place. Trying to catch the scores. It'd be a 4-point difference from 1st to 2nd place. And with that, that would move. Oh, you see, it would be very close, because it is a 5-point deficit between Webb and Southern. So I don't think he would. I don't think, because of Webb getting up into second place, I think that does sort Webb still with a championship lead, but that would put Blake Southern up to second place. But Blake Southern, what a weekend it's been! And for the second time this year, Blake Southern takes victory here in Junior Rotax for round 8 of the Shenington Club Series with a strong drive to the first spot. William Webb will hold on to his championship lead in second place, and Ryan Gill with a solid podium from Drew Predator, Harrison Bishop from Jack Dimbleby, Toby Duke and Billy Hands from Matthew Snow and Daniel Padzialskis, Ethan Codden, Max Greatrick from Zach Sidney and Adam Judicus, Thomas Butcher and Jensen Powers will cover to 16th from Esther Hewitt, Cosfeet Cometa, Joseph Orton from Oscar Keane, Christian Keller, Zane Perry from Amelia Johnson, Ava Reynolds, Archie Lamb, Sam Flynn, who had a issue on one of the laps, fell off at the Bruno chicane, from Omar Kiani, Exton Cott, Cook from Augusta Lacar, Zoe Cadet, Joseph Thurkery, Grieva Kukanov, Stanley Williams, who was one of the retirees, and that won't help his championship out. Of course, he was up 6th in the championship. Mohammed Asman rides like your field of drivers. What drama in the Junior Rotax category. Battles going on all throughout the field, and of course sets up Blake Southern quite nicely for the next round of the championship to battle for that lead. Formula Libra now next out, and let's have a little run through the grid. It's going to be an exciting one as the sun starts to dim. It's going to be Olivia Jenkins who starts from pole position, with Lowen Davis and Matt Caldwell from Ashley White and Barney Mortimer, Aidan James from Jack Stewart, Jack Chris from Archie White, Jack Foreman and Les Lowe, Earl, Mark Armstrong, Oliver Kershaw, Lewis Payton, Ollie Venn, Oliver Bourne, Andrew Silvers, Christopher Frost, Amy Catchpole, Ralphie Greenway, Rents Masters, Reese Masters and Samantha Stewart. Rounds out your field of drivers. Will we get going for the first time asking then? Can Olivia Jenkins take victory? Let's find out. Lights away and we're off racing. Olivia Jenkins cover off brilliantly. Lowen Davis though still on the inside, going to try and go for the lead as they go through Cafe Corner, side by side action, and who will take it as they come through Stratford Straight? Olivia Jenkins holds on into the hairpin, but Lowen Davis tries to have a look as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Pick up the power now nice and early, try and find some way through as everyone stays in one pack. Through Bruno chicane then, Olivia Jenkins still holding on to the lead, trying to take another victory here. And she heads into the brakes, move for the lead. Lowen Davis on the inside of Olivia Jenkins. Olivia trying to fight that one back. Trying to go the inside of the guy who had the most potential of taking victory into a spin, and that is not ideal for Olivia Jenkins. Now, has she got herself going? I don't think so just yet. Of course, made the collision with the cone. Did she tap the barrier as well? Olivia Jenkins is out of the race. Get a flash in this sector, but that is not ideal for Olivia Jenkins. Super unfortunate for the girl who had the best opportunity to take victory. There is the Stratford part. Olivia is out of the way and in a safe position, but that is not ideal when it came to the final where it all matters, where podiums are won. Move for the lead, Matt Caldwell on the inside, Lowen Davis. My apologies, Lowen Davis dropped to third. This is a lead battle with, let's have a little look, Ashley White it might be. As they all come through, Matt Caldwell runs a bit wide. Lowen Davis rounding outside second place. Look at the battling going on. And so all heads forward. Now, this race has really been mixed up. Anyone now has an opportunity of taking victory here. After White making some moves as they come through the start of the straight. Lowen Davis now leads the way. Not quite well in second place. And Ashley White in third. Now, my apologies. I think Lowen Davis is in second place, so he might have a timing issue. Trying to work out who is that leading the way. It might be Josh Derry, who's at the front of the field. That is actually Josh Derry, the 87. So head down as they head into the final corner. Josh Derry then leads the way. That was a strong move at Wilkins corner. And gets that move done. Olivia Jenkins, of course, the only driver out of the race. But Lowen Davis with the fastest lap of the race still leads the way now with Josh Derry in second place. As a late move there from Josh Derry into the lead. Moves all throughout this race. Very exciting indeed as we got Josh Derry, Lowen Davis, and in third still Matt Caldwell, who has a great opportunity here for a victory and of course would help out his championship in every way possible. Of course, Josh Derry, second place in the championship, needs these points to extend his gap. Guy Tolley isn't here this weekend, so this would see Josh Derry into the lead of the championship at the end of this race. Matt Caldwell will move up to second place as well. Ashley White could potentially move up to third as well. But look how tight and twisted it's getting at the front end of this pack. Josh Derry still leading the way. This pack exceeds all the way down to Jack Stewart, who is all the way down in 8th place. Anyone in the top 8 has a chance for victory here. This is how close Formula Libra racing is. And we've got 6.5 minutes left on the clock. First that additional lap. Lowen Davis rolling a bit wide. That's going to help out the gap for Josh Derry as you see the time ticking down on the gantry. Lowen Davis there in second place. Still has the fastest lap of the race. Derry leading the way. Third place, Matt Caldwell. And look at Lowen Davis for leading the race. This could be the move that seals the deal. Or is it because Josh Derry is going to try and go on a cutback? No, he doesn't. He can't do it. So Josh Derry drops back to second place. Lowen Davis now leads the way with 5.5 minutes left to go. Lowen Davis nice and hard on the brakes as we head into the Wilkins corner. That's gone a bit too tight, and I think that gave an opportunity for Josh Derry to try and close in. But the gap so far looking pretty clean for Lowen Davis. You only need a few kart lengths around the Shenington circuit to keep a nice breather distance, I like to call it, where you can make a couple of mistakes and still have that gap as one of the drivers go far off the circuit. My apologies, that is Guy Tolley who's in 5th place. So it'd be very close up at the front of the championship. Guy Tolley's in that orange and green helmet. Number 35 on the screen. Totally in 5th place. Now, if Guy Tolley stays where he is, he will still lead the championship, but the margin would decrease. Apparently to lie to Lowen Davis, it would really be about a 1 or 2 point gap between the two. So if anything, Lowen Davis is going to wish on more mistakes for Guy Tolley to try and push himself down the field. But Lowen Davis still in second place. Josh Derry needs to wait, but how much longer? As they come through the final corner, and the answer is that Lowen Davis has got a bit more work to do if he wants to get past Josh Derry. Just under 4 minutes left on the clock then. We've still got plenty of time left to go. Lauren Davis to make the move now on Josh Derry, but Derry's going to fight back side by side as they head down into Brewers Chicane. What amazing racing we're having so far here in Formula Libra. Third place still going away of Matt Cardwell and Ashley White there in fourth place. Tim Wolf from Motorsport Club. Taking him out just yet. Guy Cody making it with his fourth on the inside of Ashley White. Guy Cody up to fourth place. That extends his championship lead and he'll be near that point in the latter stages of the championship. To third place, Matt Cardwell, who now might start being a bit pressured now by Guy Tolley. Guy's got the momentum. He's going to look for the move on third place. That's me, so close. 3 wide and we have 3. Lone Davis pushed all the way back to 4. But Guy Tolley's into second place. What's the move from the number 35, Guy Tolley, who in the final has found so much pace. And from all the way down the field, he's looking very set for maybe a victory if he can get his head down. Amazing stuff from Guy Tolley, number 35 in this field. Guy Tolley, he's started all the way down to 14th place, up to second place. What a drive! Guy Tolley, who is fought out for the front room, might be contention. Now in the battle for the lead, he's going to try to get the inside, try to get the kid back. As he heads to this speed he's got. Can they go on the inside of Josh Derry, but that's going to be a very tight move. But Guy Tolley takes the lead of the race from 14th on the grid to the pole spot. Absolutely insane from that driver in his go-kart. He is absolutely sending it round this circuit. The number 35, this will definitely extend his championship lead, and he takes the second flag. What a victory in the very, very end of the final lap of the race from Guy Tolley, who takes victory in fine fashion from 14th on the grid. Josh Derry finished up in a very solid second place from Lone Davis in third. Matt Cardwell and Eden James from Ashley White and Archie White from Jack Stewart and Barney Mortimer from Jack Chris rounds out your top 10. Overboard and Lewis Payton, who's at the fastest lap of the race in the very end, 44.33 from Ralphie Greenway, Laszlo Earl, Ollie Venn, Oliver Kershaw, Mark Armstrong, Christopher Frost rounds out your field of drivers. Next race coming up then is the Rotax Inter Final, and this is how the grid will look. It's going to be Oscar Roach, who starts from pole position, Jane Birmingham, alongside Lewis Hubson and Jacob Underhill from Layla Bell and Matthew Lilly, Ben Hunt, Rudra Coconut, Sandro Kemp, Jack Hilton, Teddy Wortley, rounds out your top 10, Charlie Grebb, Noah Hobson, Wyoma Komatsu, Ethan Guest, Stefan Komatsu, Harry Watson, Eli Rideout. So many drivers in this field, but I think we're going to go around once again. There's a driver stranded on the exit of turn 2. That's team number 46, who struggled to get his car going. But the drivers will go around once again. We'll carry on going through the rest of the field. Stefan Komatsu in 15th from Harry Watson, Eli Rideout, Finney Rhodes, and Leander Hewitt from Jake Richardson and Hugo Torpy. Alex Niskis, who starts all the way down in 22nd place. Watch out for him. Harrison Thundercup, Tim Miles, Finley Graven, Robin Ashton, and Clark Naylor. Rounds out your field of drivers. Let's have a little look at the championship situation here. Lewis Hubson with one victory so far this year. He will lead the pack in the standings. Oscar Roach in second place. So really, I mean, look at the points. It's 1 point between Hubson and Roach. Whoever finishes in front of the other will lead this weekend, leading the championship. This will be interesting. Bertie Clarkson third, but about 13 points behind. So really, two drivers to watch. Lewis Hubson and Oscar Roach, the two drivers in the battle for the championship. Whoever finishes in front of the other will take this weekend as the leader. Lights out and away we go. Down into turn 1, Oscar Roach takes the lead from Lewis Hubson there in second place. Jay Birmingham on the inside to third, and Jacob Underhill looking for a move to fourth. Lady Bell drops all the way down to fifth as they head through and down into Stratford Hairpin. As we said, it's the battle between Oscar Roach and Lewis Hubson, not just on the road, but for the championship as well. Whoever finishes in front of the other will lead the championship as they exit round 8 of the championship. I'd love to know how many times I've said championship in one sentence, but it's definitely a lot. And we'll be speaking more about it as we head into the latter stages of this year. Oscar Roach, as he finishes the first lap of the race, leads them away down into turn 1, part of the second lap of the race. Hubson in second place, from Birmingham in third. Don't count out Birmingham just yet. Hasn't got a championship to worry about just as much as these two, so can afford to make some silly moves. As yellow flags at Cafe Corner 25 goes into a spin just off a camera shot. Birmingham in third, Jacob Underhill in fourth. The number 46 having another issue, pulling off to the side of the circuit just at turn 2 off the camera shot just again. So Oscar Roach looks alright for the time being. Lewis Hubson in second place, but is slowly closing in now. Let's look at the times as they finish this lap. Oscar Roach leads them and still has the fast lap of the race. Is only 400ths faster than the driver in second place, but that still doesn't say that Hubson hasn't got the mentality to close this gap in. Jay Birmingham in third, Jacob Underhill in fourth place. Ben Hunt rounding out your top 5. Good drive by Ben Hunt so far. Started in 7th, up to 5th. Hubson from 3rd, up to 1 spot, 2nd place. Hubson seems to close in just a tiny bit through Wilkins, and I think the car is set from alive for Hubson. The gap is getting smaller, and the fastest lap goes for Lewis Hubson. The 1v1 is about to commence here at Shenington, and it's going to be in the interclass between the two on the screen right now, Hubson and Oscar Roach. Both drivers at the front of the championship. Both have a win each in their pocket. Oscar Roach, of course, is second in the championship but has more podiums than Lewis Hubson. But of course, Oscar Roach having some disappointing results as well, has dropped him down the field. The last thing any of these guys want to do is get into a little collision. 26 getting a warning flag as well. That's for Flynn Grantham. So obviously the shoe is not a big fan of how he's driving is. Give him just a warning flag to tell him we're going to give you another chance just to calm down a bit. But still on the screens here is Jacob Underhill, who's in 4th place. Lady Bill rounding out your top 5. Ben Hunt, Matthew Lilly. It's the last person in this train as they head down into Wilkins. Look at Lady Bell on the inside of Jacob Underhill. That's a great move for 4th place. Now Lady Bell stipulating, saying, come on, let's get going now. This is our race to win. I've got a bit of time to close in though on the rest of this pack, but Oscar Roach taking the fastest lap back, trying to show to Lewis Hubson that he has the pace to win this race. Good move that one from, who was that? Trying to make move on Jacob Underhill. Ben Hunt with a lovely dummy move sent on Jacob Underhill. They head down Hanger Straight once again into the final corner. Move still going on. Matthew Lilly trying to have a look on Jacob Underhill. They're going to be start by 5 as they enter into turn 1. Great move there from Matthew Lilly. Now just looked at the camera shot and just off the commentary box. Lewis Hubson slowly closing in now. Takes the fastest lap back from Oscar Roach. Battles still going on for 4th place here. Lady Belt. Ben Hunt trying to find a way through. These two all closing in on Jay Birmingham, trying to take that final podium spot from him. But some good moves so far. Kyle Watson started from 17th, he's up to 8th. What is that? Vinny Rose, high 19th, he's up to 14th. But look at this at the front of your screens. Oscar Roach and Lewis Herbison. Lewis is right behind Oscar Roach now. And of course, this isn't just a battle for the win, this is a battle for the championship. Whoever takes the victory here will lead the championship into the next round, which is always the better way to go. 2 minutes on the clock, plus the additional lap, and I think we're going to have another last lap battle and a shootout that will last to the very end. Herbison has momentum. What will he do? He's going to stick behind, wait for an opportunity. Herbison has obviously won a race here. Goes off to church. They both know how to bat and how to defend for the win. Who will beat the other? Lewis Herbison being the Predator. Oscar Roach being the Predator. Very close there. Nearly making contact with Oscar Roach and Lewis Herbison, but they've both managed to keep it going. This is a battle of the champions, and which it will be. Till the very end, under that move, Herbison has got momentum. Oscar Roach down a bit wide, and to the inside. Going to try and make that move. They split it. Herbison leads the race and the championship now as he heads down onto Stratford Hairpin. Herbison, will he go defensive? No. That opens up Oscar Cho. I got very close. Oscar Roach has a look to the inside. Covered off brilliantly by Herbison, and the battle will continue. With 40 seconds left on the clock, we're going to get another 2 laps left of racing here at Shenington as we close down on the 46. That is Ellie Mae Bumford into Wilkins. Once again, look how close Oscar Roach got behind this Herbison. Really close in on the 8th back corner. This flag now at for the driver in front. Ellie Mae Bumford, Herbison wins wide, and Roach had a look. Couldn't get the move done. He'll wait for enough opportunity. We'll try and make the most of this blue flag situation. Both drivers making through nice and cleanly, but look at that on the inside as he heads down into Brewer Chicane. Very close. The Herbison manages to hold off once again. Down hanger straight into Wilkins once again. Herbison leads the way, but he's got 1 more lap left. This is it. The final lap of the race started. And Herbison, who has the fastest lap of the race, is going to hold on for 1 more lap. So he's only going to hold up the road. Both drivers have the chance to lead the championship after this race. Who will it be? Roach trying to go for the cutback, can't get it done. He loses out on an opportunity. Herbison leads the championship for the time being. Will he be able to lead it at the end of this race? Herbison runs wide. Roach has momentum now. Who will take it? 1 more corner left to go. It's Wilkins. It's the hardest corner out there on the circuit. And who will take victory? It's going to be a great race to the line. Herbison will take victory and to his championship lead from Oscar Roach in 2nd place. Birmingham rounding out your top 3 from Labour Bell, Ben Hunt, rounding out your top 5 from Jacob Underhill, Matthew Lilly, Jackson Hilton, Charlie Gregg, who's your top novice driver, and Harry Watson rounds out your top 10. There were Finley Rose and Ethan Guest from Toby Wortley and Alex Taniskis, with Finn Grantham rounding out your top 15. What a race to the very end. Lewis Herbison holding on to his championship lead, but the points still stay as they are.
That's peculiar.
With it's going to be very close to the end. Only a few points.
Got my screens back.
But as one final finishes, it's time to keep the X30s alive. and it's Junior X30s. Let's have a look at how they line up. Of course, it's been a brilliant weekend so far for Freddie Wood, who starts a bit further down in fourth. I would say it will start from pole. Katie Donaldson trying to extend her championship lead will start from second. Will Green. George Edgar starts from fifth. And Jacob against Axis. Alfie Taylor of Dominic Parabic. Oliver Meek. Archie Rogers Tyler. Jacob Marple. Zach McDonald. Charlie Blankenship. Anyone in the top 15 here have a good opportunity of taking victory. Watch out for John P. Restrick. Let's see if they can get going for the first time asking. And no, they don't. It is a full start and they go around once again. John P. Restrick will start from 16th from Conrad Barton, Night Measure, Sebastian Gee, Brandon Edwards, Tom Fox, Alex Shepard, Alfred Funton from Lewis Hay, Charlie Phillip, Jack Baker from the back of the grid, watch out for him, and Jack Wish. Rounds out your field of drivers. What a weekend we're having so far here. Round 8 of the Cup Championship has been probably one of the most exciting ones we have so far. As we said, Katie Donaldson still leads the championship with a 2-point margin from Millen Tomlinson. Alfie Taylor, of course, had that big accident in the heat previously. Hopefully he's out there and all good to carry on racing. Yes, he is. I can just see him on your screens. So the red and white Birrell car, he has a yellow helmet, bright yellow. Just passing by. Watch out for him. He is third in the championship. But at the moment, the two Jade racing kart drivers, Katie Donaldson, Millen Tomlinson. This is the highest Katie Donaldson has been this year. Can she go for a victory? She's already got 2 victories. Could it be a third one? Let's see what happens. As she's down to turn 1. Isaac Sayer takes the lead of the race. Will Green hasn't looked for second place, but can't get it done as they all head through the first few corners down to Stratford Hairpin for the first time asking. Will Green trying to look for the inside. George Edgar trying to go round the outside. Gets past Katie Donaldson. And looks like so far we haven't had any retirees, which is always great to see. Through Bruno Chicane then. Down Canyon Straight for the first time. And still Isaac Sayer with his teammate Will Green behind. As they head down into Wilkins, George Edgar. Down in third place. George has got work to do if he wants to win this race. Katie Donaldson still there in fourth. Watch out for Katie. Look at George Edgar to the inside of second place. That was an amazing move. Down the inside of Will Green. That was a brilliant job. Drops the 54 car down a start. Now he gets the lead as well. From the second lap. Get a look. But as I say, I knew he was coming and defended off brilliantly. Jack Taylor trying to get involved as they head through the Bruno Chicane. My apologies. Alfie Taylor, who found left place. Now, yellow flag in this sector, so no overtaking. And there's a cut off at the final corner. That's going to kill Wilson Motorsport car. It's pretty unfortunate to see that. Still at the front of your field, George Edgar, with all the pace in the world. Gets over down. Millen Tomlinson in 6th place. Leads the fastest lap. But George Edgar trying to go for the lead. Sayer covers off once again. And look at that for 3rd place. That was Alfie Brown on the inside. Superb move from Alfie Brown. To 3rd place. Katie Donaldson there in 4th. 6th place. Still Millen. But look at the move. Lee Chapman on the inside. Not yet. Edgar goes off brilliantly. Donaldson back to 3rd place as they head through to finish another lap round the Shenington circuit. Will Green trying to find a way through as well. But who will be able to stop George Edgar? Could this be a victory for Edgar in the next few minutes? Isaac Sayer. And issue! Is that Katie Donaldson? Is that an issue for Katie Donaldson? We'll have to wait and see. But that could be a championship leader falling right down the table. Wait and see as they come round to finish the next lap of the race. Who has the issue? Let's have a little look. Will she start falling down the field? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The championship leader. the race! Oh, dearie me! In fine fashion, the experts are out at Stratford Hairpin, and that is a championship leader into a retirement. Unbelievable! This would then move Willem Tomlinson up into the lead of the race, into the lead of the championship. Millen, who's currently down in 5th place at the moment. On your screen, there is Bill Green, Jacob Blatcher just behind. I thought you said he would. He's down in 4th place. And in there in 5th, Matt Whitehead, but that is Millen. And as it stands, Millen will lead the championship as we head into the next round of the championship. There is a stricken car of Katie Donaldson. She is out of the race. Yeah. Super unfortunate. Will Green still there in 3rd place, trying to chase down his teammate of Isaac Sayer. Driver leading the way is George Edgar with the fastest lap of the race. The only driver in the 42-second mark of George Edgar, absolutely quiet at the moment. Oh, is he? The times are coming down. Identical lap in Edgar and Sayer. Unbelievable. The fastest driver actually out on circuit is running 13th, 9 measures. It's 42.7. Started all the way up in 20th. Now in 13th spot. So we'll wait and see. In the next coming laps, I wonder if George Edgar's starting to lose a bit of ground here. The green racing machinery is starting to come alive a bit. And the second Isaac Sayer can get there, so can Will Green, so can Freddie Wood. I don't think this race is over just yet. We have got under less than 3 minutes to go. For Isaac Sayer, he's got to keep this pace up. He can't afford to make a mistake because look who's closing in. Will Green. Of course, the Green family with a big history in the world of motorsport, of course. The late Jamie Green, DTM front runner. And of course, Will Green. With Zach Green and Fred Green. Zach, who also is out there. And look at the minute for Will Green. A 2nd place. This is the place. What are they doing? They need to change that to George Edgar. I was looking at him and saying, what are you doing? Will Green's going to go to the inside. Look at Freddie Wood trying to follow through. There should be signals on the gantry from the mechanics saying, come on guys. Work together, we can't let George Edgar get away. Of course, the Green family, as we said, Fred Green as well, his brother, Janetta Junior Eddie Wood off the inside of Isaac Sayer. So Sayer's fighting back. They're losing ground. This is not what the Jamie Green racing team needs to do. This could have disrupted the race win here. George Edgar. It's now a 6-tenth second gap. Will Green is only a tenth slower than George Edgar. But as I said, still plenty of time left on the clock. 1 minute exactly, plus an additional lap. So we're really going to get about 2 or 3 laps left of racing here. This is coming down to the wire here in Shenington. Now just having a little look at the timing. We're at 2 laps left of racing here. My apologies, actually it'll be 3. We'll get this lap and 2 extra laps. Yellow flag in Stratford Hairpin, which is the hairpin they're coming up to right now. So no overtaking can be done. There is that waved yellow flag. Driver off outside of the circuit. Let's see who that is. That looks like might be Jack Wish, might be also Harley King or Tom Fox, who's having a few issues there. James Green racing carts on the screen. Isaac Sayer and Freddie Wood. That all still going up to 3rd place. But what it could have been for Isaac Sayer. This is now Will Green's opportunity. Let's look at the times. Will Green, 42.89. George Edgar, 42.88. 100th of a second. Separates the two drivers on time. It's now going to come down to, can George Edgar make a mistake? Yes or no? Of course, no overtaking this sector. This is the penultimate lap of the race. We're going to have this lap plus an extra lap. Will Green, this has to be the perfect lap. Because, of course, the teammates are now in here for third place. There will be no use for him anymore. What could have been if the Jamie Green Racing guys worked a bit more together and pushed each other along. Last lap of the race has started here in Junior X30, and it's going to come down to who will take the victory. Will it be McBart Racing's George Edgar? Would it be Jamie Green's Racing, Will Green? The pace would say George Edgar. The track would say George Edgar. The team would say George Edgar as well. Round the final corner. What a year and what a weekend for George Edgar. Victory here in June X30. Will Green in second place. Provided to say it rounding out your top three. But what it could have been for the Jamie Green Racing team if they had just worked together just a tad bit more. Brady Wood in fourth with Millen Tomlinson, who rounds out your top five. Millen will take the championship lead after this weekend because of the retirement for Katie Donaldson. Alfie Brown from Jacob Baxter, Archie Rogers Tyler, and Oliver Meek from Alfie Taylor, who rounds out your top 10 from Night Measures and Sebastian Gee, Jacob Marples, Dominic Parabic, Conrad Barton, Dan McDonald, James Backwith, Charlie Glenstock, Jack Baker, George House, and William Omar from Lewis Haig, Louis Barker, Alfie Fulton, and Harley King. Rounds out your top 25 drivers. What a race we saw there in the very end, but really unfortunate for Katie Donaldson, who of course was championship leader, now isn't anymore, and will take the long walk back to the paddock. There is Katie Donaldson there on your screens, who will be quite disappointed with that result. The Scottish driver losing the championship lead. Next race coming out is the Senior Rotaxes. Let's see how they all line up as they head for their formation lap. It's going to be Ollie Weiss who starts from pole position, with Richard Evans in second place from Oliver Gibson and Ethan Martin. From Adam White, Josh Gora from Alex Gergis, Philip Tatum, James Johnson from Sky Fraser, Oliver Lomax, Ben Brox, Max Sheldon Hayward, Dan Gurley from Lachlan Homer, John Hobbs, Parker Tampazan, Abby Sanders from Daniel Killoff, Piers Armstrong, Joseph Fletcher, and Jazz Curran Noel round out your field of drivers. I think the loser here has to be Ollie Wise, as they down once again. I think Ollie Wise has the best opportunity here, but also the best opportunity to lose this win, because he's got plenty of fantastic drivers behind. Ethan Martin, of course, the leader of the Improvements team, a newly set up team by Ethan Martin himself as a kart stationary. That looks like one of the AJ Racing team drivers. Who could that be? Just having a little look. Bit harder to work out, but once we find out, we'll have a look. My apologies, might have actually been Joseph Fletcher who had some issues. Ah no, Lee Charlton. That was a driver who had a few issues at the start there and was off at the side of the circuit. I think she's got back going. 8 minutes plus a lap here at Shenington. Could Ethan Martin take victory here from the outside row? the second row of the grid. Will they go for the first time of the second time asking? Yes, they do. Down is so on. Ollie Wise makes a great start and into the lead of the race. Through Cafe Corner they go. Richard Evans in second place. Ethan Martin trying to get to third and hold on to third place. As they head down to Stratford Hairpin, Ethan Martin trying to go very early with the overtakes into second place. Jumps his way through. Richard Evans having an awful start and bogging as he exits the Stratford Hairpin as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Ethan Martin now into second place then. This is his best opportunity he's had all weekend long. Ollie Wise leads the way. Ethan Martin is going to put some mega laps in to keep up. Let's see what Oliver Gibson is as they finish the first lap of the race. Ollie Wise leads the race. Oliver Gibson up to fourth place. That puts the championship very well indeed. Of course, Callum Gosh, who isn't here this weekend, don't have to worry about him. Adam White in third at the time being. Lachlan Homer's having some issues. He's a bit further down the field. But Adam White in third. Let's see now, where is Adam White comparing to Oliver Gibson? I mean, the Gibson, the gap in the championship is 20 points. So, really, as long as he finishes his race, he will continue as championship leader. But look at the battle up at the front. We won't worry about the championship now, as you know what the Gibson situation is. On the investigation is for number 13. That is Adam White, managing the second place of the championship. Under investigation. But on track at the moment. It's the battle once again. We saw earlier today, Ollie Wise versus Ethan Martin. Oliver Gibson up into the top three now, past Josh Dora. Can Ethan Martin put the laps in and take this victory? 6 minutes left on the clock. Plus that additional lap. Still got plenty of time. Look how fast it's Oliver Gibson. Trying to close in now. Well, that back helmet. Privateer entry. With the original OTK car. Ollie Wise running with the KR Sport team. Or with the KR Sport livery kit. Ethan Martin, second place with his own team, E Improvements. Originally was with Dan Holland, also ran as a privateer himself. Josh Gore with the Cadet racing team. Now, this is a sticky situation for Ethan Martin. He knows Gibson is on his tail. He really needs to make this move now. Wilkins can't get the move done. Ethan Martin struggling to get that final corner. Ethan has got to make this move on Ollie Wise before the battle for second rages on. He will have to think more about the battle for second if he can't get past Ollie Wise. The other solution is let Oliver Gibson through, and Gibson is through into second place. Ethan, will he fight back? No. I think Gibson's got the better idea. Let Ollie Wise and Gibson have a little battle. Ethan Martin could pick up the scraps, keep himself in that battle for the win. Ethan Martin thinking about the long-term situation. Still just thinking about trying to get past this driver as quick as possible. But the victory is on the left. Oliver Gibson, a victory to the inside. What a move from Oliver Gibson, who now takes the lead of the race. As they come through Cafe Corner, Ollie Wise, will he fight back to Stratford Hairpin? Yes, he does. To the inside. This is what Ethan Martin wanted. On the inside was Ethan Martin to second place. Can't get that move done. Just back to third place. But with the help of Josh Dora, has got his speed back up again. They come through Bruno Chicane. Down, hanger straight into Wilkins. Over Gibson. Another opportunity to find that lead back. No, he's going to sit down, wait for an opportunity. He knows he's very quick. And this final corner, he's going to look again to the inside. Never needs to overtake Gibson, but he's get into the leader race once again. What he wise, he gets momentum and goes back to the inside of the straight. Let's find out. Way more smart from Oliver Gibson, defends into the corner and stops Ollie Wise from making a move past Alexander Gergis. Has some issues on that last lap as well through Cafe Corner. If Martin, engine getting a bit hot now, so open at the flap as they head into a yellow flag sector. So no overtaking until they see the green flag. They head through turn 2, and Oliver Gibson still leads the way, but Ollie Wise has got momentum. Will he go for the move on the inside? Yes, he does. Into Stratford Hairpin. Another great move from Ollie Wise. Takes back what he lost. And the battle still raging on. 2.5 minutes left to go. So we've still got plenty of action left in this race. Oliver Gibson. Now in second place. Trying to find a way through after Ollie Wise. Gibson struggling for the pace now. Front sliding just a bit as he came through Cafe Corner. Losing a bit of momentum. But looking for Stratford Hairpin, that got very close. Gibson had momentum, had a look, couldn't get the move done. Once again, they head down into Cafe. And down into Wilkins Corner. On the brakes once again, Ethan Martin. Still in third place, but I still think he's got a good opportunity here for victory. Just got to keep putting in the lap. 1.5 minutes left to go. Plus the additional lap time, and the laps are coming down. Oliver Gibson, he's got to be really 50-50 about this. Has to think about a potential win. Has to think about his championship lead. He needs to finish this race to stay in front of his protagonist. So can't afford to do anything silly. Got to finish in front of Adam White. Adam White down 5th place. That white helmet, blue and a white car on your screen, just at the back of shot. And look at the move. Oliver Gibson to the inside of the race for the whole second place. That is what he's planning on doing the whole time. Now, he's mine into the hairpin. Can he get the move done? No. Ollie Wise defends, but if Martin's going to try and get momentum. Gibson will give him a push down the straight through Shane. This is going to be a late move from Ethan Martin. Has he got momentum? Has he got the straight line power? Down higher straight into Wilkins. It's going to be a late move, but he can't get it done. Can he get the momentum as they come out of the final corner? No, but Oliver Gibson's going to give him a bit of a tap. They came through with 8 seconds left to go. So, we're going to get 2 more laps left of racing here in the Senior Rotax Final. This is it. Ethan Martin is a man that could win or lose this race. Unfortunately, it's all down to him now. Ollie Wise, who been at the front since the very beginning of this race. Ollie Wise, he can Martin is there. Ollie needs to get onto that defensive line. But look at the move, Adam White is up to 4th place. That will help out his championship and puts him up to 2nd place. The final lap of the race to go. This is it. Ethan Martin, he needs to make a move, and it's going to be now or never. Into Stratford Hairpin. Ollie Wise on the defensive. What will Ethan Martin do? I think Ethan Martin is just thinking more about 2nd place here than the lead. But if the opportunity comes, he's going to... Ethan Martin! And look at that! Oliver Gibson time here at second place, and just score into your top 3. Brett Evans and James Johnson into the top 5. Ben Brooks at the bottom. Ethan Martin dropped all the way to 8th place. Dan Gurney and Parker time to go. One of the novice drivers from 18th on the grid up to the top 10. That was Matt Children Haywan. He went to 11th place. But where did Ollie Wise hasn't even come through yet. Ollie Wise, DNS after this final. Deary me, what on earth happened between Ollie Wise and Ethan Martin? It was a last lap move in the Bruno chicane, and 9 times out of 10, a move like that never goes well. Super unfortunate, Ollie Wise, and I think Ollie Wise and his mechanic both very confused about what happened there. But a dominant victory for the man who will still lead the championship as they exit second place. Still will now being jumped up to Adam White and Dan Gurley, who make a few spots in the championship as well. Last race for the finals. This is Senior X30, and this is going to come down to the end again. Let's have a look at how they line up the final race of the weekend. And just seeing here, Ollie Wise very disappointed with that result, but it's going to be Leo Robertson who starts from pole position. Can he make it another victory here at Shenington? Lucas Bamford from Alfie Gallagher in your top 3. From George Hopcraft, Kate Ashman, Galen Gregg, Chris Jurovic, Daniel Samir, Jack Moncal, Jasmine Taylor, Sasha Bagley, Jenna Bastard, Alvin Chu, Lauren Dunleavy, John Stewart, Andrew Pratt, Ben Cowley, Max Cooper, Natalie Debeck, Reece Barber, Bailey Brooker, Jay Brooks. Will we get going for the first time asking? Come on, yes we do. We're up and away in racing. Leo Robson with an amazing start from Lucas Armstrong up into second place. Jasmine Taylor running very wide as they came through turn 1, but they've all managed to keep it going. Lee Robson leads the way then as they head down into Stratford Hairpin. Lucas Armstrong nice and hard on the brakes. Kate Ashman up into 3rd place with not a very good start by Alfie Gallagher, who dropped down to 7th place, might even be 8th place. Yellow flags out for just a moment as a driver went off the circuit, but managed to keep it going as they head down to finish the first half of the race. Look at the move. Oh, got close. Lucas Armstrong had a look for the lead there, but just wasn't enough to get by. Lucas Armstrong, 2nd place at the moment. Leah Robertson, who leads the championship, now needs to take this victory of flying colours, but will never be easy. The promotion driver of Lucas Armstrong is going to take this to the back. First though, Lucas Armstrong, they're going to be side by side, can't get that one done. Move for 3rd place, and I think that might be Dylan Master, who has made his way up to 3rd. Let's have a little look. No, it's Peter Jurovic up into 3rd place. The man who's been everywhere in this grid this weekend. He's been at the back, he's been at the front, and when it matters most, at the front of the field. When it that's when Leo Robertson leads the way in the championship. Sam Branson in 2nd place. Albert Gallagher in 3rd place. The point situation at the moment, if Leo Robertson finishes this race, this will put him in a brilliant position. As speaking about Albert Gallagher, Gallagher to the back of the field. What on earth happened to Albert Gallagher? He's looking down the engine, trying to change a few bits on the engine performance. Something has definitely gone wrong with Alfie Gallagher, not the way he wants to head out this weekend. Now, comparing it to Lucas Armstrong, points may lead Lucas Armstrong to 2nd place, because Sam Branson isn't here this weekend. Move for the leader. Very close indeed, but he's got the move done. Robertson will not be impressed with that. He will now try and look for a move back, but will never ever be easy as he head into Stratford Hairpin. Robertson on the defensive, Lucas Armstrong on the defensive as well. Peter Jurovic trying to go for a cut-back manoeuvre, can't get that one done. Look into 4th place, that looks like George Hopcraft, who's having a brilliant weekend so far. Kate Ashman rounding out your top 5. Look how Bunch Strip is getting though. Lucas Armstrong really backing everyone up into each other. And looking for the move for 2nd place. Jurovic on the inside of Robertson. That's is not going to help Robinson's championship. As they head down, the lead. Junior on the inside, pushing on so well. Robinson way on the outside, second place. This is amazing stuff in Senior X30. This race will not be decided until we see the checkered flag. Robinson, going to a spin. And I wonder if he collected any other drivers. Bit of pile up going on. But George Hopcraft out of the race. Who did he go? Take him out. We'll have a look and see when they come round to finish this next lap. For Jurovic now leads the way. Armstrong and Leo Robinson, as much as they want to battle each other, they need to work together now to get past Jurovic. Give themselves more opportunities. Robinson to the inside of the track. A very hard overtake opportunity. Last of this, the inside the corner for second place. Superb stuff. What a race. Ending it on here at round 8 of the club championship. This is amazing stuff. And Spear, as he entered into the shafted hairpin, a driver spinning on the entry. But the race still goes on. Who was that then who would have dropped all the way down? Dylan Masters, number 67, having issues. He fell down to the back of the field. We are losing so many drivers at the front end. Now, mechanical flag has gone up. Who is at 4? That was Samir, the number 15. I think went into the barriers. The Stratford hairpin. The number 15. Whereabouts was he? He was a bit further down the field, of course, being involved with that accident. The 15 does. He's actually in 5th place. Lee Change here in Shenington. And Lee Robinson back to the inside, the championship leader, back where he belongs. Lucas Armstrong still in 2nd place. They're going to be taking this to the very end. What a race we're going to be ending it on here. As we head down into Wilkins, Armstrong trying to find a way through. Can't get it done. Watch out for Peter Jurovic. Got the momentum now. Could be a move into part 10. Let's have a look. Armstrong sitting behind, waiting for an opportunity. Oh, I think he had a look there for Robinson at Cafe Corner. They head down Stratford straight into the hairpin. What will Armstrong do? Go to the outside, trying to go around the outside once again, but he's gone too deep. Jurovic trying to get back as well. Jurovic into 2nd place. What a drive from Peter Jurovic. Could we see a victory in the hands for Jurovic? We're going to find out in less than 2.5 minutes time. This race is amazing. Lucas Armstrong going to the inside now. Jurovic trying to get around the outside. They got that one done. They go fast. And that's left them a load of time. Katie Jackson up into 3rd place. This could be an amazing podium. Katie Jackson, Jaden Gregg wanting to turn back time. He has the fastest lap of the race. Currently sits in 6th place. 2 minutes left to go then. We're going to the very, very end. Leo Robinson still leads the way. Lucas Armstrong in 2nd place. Who will take the victory? 1 minute and 30 seconds. Just a good lap. We'll decide that. Now, most of us would say Leo Robinson has a brilliant chance, but what is the pace like compared to Lucas Armstrong? Will he have enough time to close this gap? It's the fastest lap of the race that last time around. Over 2/10 faster than Leo Robinson. Armstrong is pushing like hell to get back up to the lead man. This is not over yet. What amazing racing we're seeing here in the Senior X30 Final. Round 8 here of the Club Championship, the Autumn Blaze weekend. And we have seen so much action as the sunset starts to fall here around Shenington. We're coming to the latter stages of this race. We're about to knock on 30 seconds plus an additional lap. And I'll tap on this. Leo Robinson, I think, has enough to take victory here. But will it be enough? It might be the commentator's curse. We'll find out in a couple moments' time. Battles a bit further behind. Jaden Gregg having a good battle with one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport carts. Look, there's a Tim Wilson Motorsport cart at the front of the field. This is the battle that we were just speaking about. The 81 getting involved as well. Jack Bunkhouse on the inside of Alvin Chu. At the front of the field. Second to last lap of the race is out. This is it. Leo Robinson. Does he have what it takes to take this victory? What would it mean for the championship? This would be his 5th victory. What a dominant season Leo Robinson is having. Lucas Armstrong would pop up into 2nd place, it looks like. From where he is now, it would either be 2nd or 3rd, but it'd be a massive drop as the final lap commences here at Shenington. The final lap with the 8th round of the championship. Look at this. Leo Robinson. This would be amazing. His 5th victory of the season it would be. What a year he's having in both KZ and X30 racing. This could be the year that Leo Robinson clinches the Senior X30 title. And in dramatic fashion, down the final corner, it's Leo Robinson who will take victory in fine fashion. Leo Robinson victorious in Senior X30 here, Shenington. A brilliant drive to the very end with Lucas Armstrong in 2nd place. Petty Ashton for our female drivers rounding out the top 3. What a result for her at the circuit. Piz Jurovic in 4th from Jaden Gregory rounds out your top 5. Jake Brooks and Jake Monkhouse from George Hopcraft and Ben Cowley. Dylan Masters rounds out your top 10 from Alvin Chu, John Seward, Natalie DeBeck, Max Cooper, Sasha Bagley rounds out your top 15. And we lost a few drivers at the very end. We lost Daniel Samir with that mechanical issue, Alfie Gallagher, and Lauren Dunleavy, who rounds out your field of drivers. What a weekend we've had here for the 8th round of the Shenington Club Championship. My name's been Charlie Ellis, and I've been able to cover you through all the action today. So much has gone on, and feel free to watch back, because I will definitely do when I get home. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time. Thank you and goodbye.